The Harvester by Gene Stratton-Porter. Section 1. Belshazzar's Decision. "Belle, come here." The harvester sat in the hollow worn in the hewed log stoop by the feet of his father and mother, and his own sturdier tread, and rested his head against the casing of the cabin door when he gave the command. The tip of the dog's nose touched the gravel between his paws as he crouched flat on earth, with beautiful eyes steadily watching the master, but he did not move a muscle. "Belle, come here." Twinkles flashed in the eyes of the man when he repeated the order, while his voice grew more imperative as he stretched a lean, wiry hand toward the dog. The animal's eyes gleamed and his sensitive nose quivered, yet he lay quietly. "Belshazzar, come and see here." The body of the dog arose on straightened legs and his muzzle dropped in the outstretched palm. A wind, slightly perfumed with the odor of melting snow and unsheathing buds, swept the lake beside them, and lifted a waving tangle of light hair on the brow of the man, while a level ray of the setting sun flashed across the water and illumined the graven, sensitive face, now alive with keen interest in the game being played. "Belle, dost remember the day?" inquired the harvester. The eager attitude and anxious eyes of the dog betrayed that he did not, but was waiting with every sense alert for a familiar word that would tell him what was expected. "Surely you heard the killdeers crying in the night?" prompted the man. "I called your attention when the ecstasy of the first bluebird waked the dawn. All day you have seen the gold yellow and blood red osiers, the sap wet maples, and spring tracing announcements of her arrival on the sunny side of the levee." The dog found no clue, but he recognized tones he loved in the suave, easy voice, and his tail beat his sides in vigorous approval. The man nodded gravely. "Ah, so! Then you realize this day to be the most important of all the coming year to me, this hour a solemn one that influences my whole afterlife. It is time for your annual decision on my fate for a 12-month. Are you sure you are fully alive to the gravity of the situation, Belle?" The dog felt himself safe in answering a rising inflection ending in his name uttered in that tone, and wagged eager assent. "Well, then," said the man, "which shall it be? Do I leave home for the noise and grime of the city? Open an office and enter the money-making scramble?" Every word was strange to the dog, almost breathlessly waiting for a familiar syllable. The man gazed steadily into the animal's eyes. After a long pause, he continued, "Or do I remain at home to harvest the golden seal, mullein, and ginseng, not to mention an occasional hour with the black bass, or tramps for partridge and cottontails?" The dog recognized each word of that. Before the voice ceased, his sleek sides were quivering, his nostrils twitching, his tail lashing, and at the pause he leaped up and thrust his nose against the face of the man. The harvester leaned back, laughing in deep, full-chested tones. Then he patted the dog's head with one hand and renewed his grip with the other. "Good old Belle!" he cried exultantly. "6 years you have decided for me, and right every time. We are of the woods, Belle, born and reared here, as our fathers before us. What would we of the campfire, the long trail, the earthy search, we, harvesters of herbs, the famous chemist require, what would we do in a city? And when the sap is rising, the bass splashing, and the wild geese honking in the night, we could never endure it, Belle. When we delivered that hemlock at the hospital today, did you hear that young doctor talking about his lid? Well, up there is ours, old fellow. Just sky and clouds overhead for us, forest wind in our faces and wild perfume in our nostrils, muck on our feet. That's the life for us. Our blood was tainted to begin with, and we've lived here so long it is now a passion in our hearts. If you ever sentence us to life in the city, you'll finish both of us, that's what you'll do. But you won't, will you? You realize what God made us for, and what He made for us, don't you, Belle?" As he lovingly patted the dog's head, the man talked, and the animal trembled with delight. Then the voice of the harvester changed, and dropped to tones of gravest import. "Now, how about that other matter, Belle? You always decide that, too. The time has come again. Steady now. This is far more important than the other. Just to be wiped out, Belle, poof! That isn't anything, and it concerns no one save ourselves. But to bring misery into our lives, and live with it daily, that would be a condition to rend the soul. So careful, Belle. Cautious now." The voice of the man dropped to a whisper as he asked the question, "What about the girl business?" Trembling with eagerness to do the thing that would bring more caressing, bewildered by unfamiliar words and tones, the dog hesitated. "Do I go on as I have ever since mother left me, rustling for grub, living in untrammeled freedom? Do I go on as before, Belle?" The harvester paused and waited the answer, with anxiety in his eyes, as he searched the beast's face. He had talked to that dog, as most men commune with their souls, for so long, and played the game in such intense earnest that he felt the results final with him. The animal was immovable now, lost again, his anxious eyes watching the face of the master, his eager ears waiting for words he recognized. After a long time the man continued slowly and hesitantly, as if fearing the outcome. He did not realize that there was sufficient anxiety in his voice to change its tones. "Or do I go courting this year? Do I rig up in uncomfortable store clothes, and parade before the country and city girls, and try to persuade the one I can get, probably not the one I would want, to marry me, and come here and spoil all our good times? Do we want a woman around scolding if we are away from home, whining because she is lonesome, fretting for luxuries we cannot afford to give her? Are you going to let us in for a scrape like that, Belle?" The bewildered dog could bear the unusual scene no longer. Taking the rising inflection that sounded more familiar for a cue, and his name for a certainty, he sprang forward, his tail waving as his nose touched the face of the harvester. Then he shot across the driveway and lay in the spice thicket, half the ribs of one side aching, as he howled from the lowest depths of dog misery. "You ungrateful cur!" cried the harvester. "What has come over you? 6 years I have trusted you, and the answer has been right every time. Confound your picture! Sentence me to tackle the girl proposition. I see myself. Do you know what it would mean? For the first thing you'd be chained, while I pranced over the country like a half-broken colt, trying to attract some girl. I'd have to waste time I need for my work, and spend money that draws good interest while we sleep, to tempt her with presents. I'd have to rebuild the cabin, and there's not a chance in 10 she would not fret the life out of me, whining to go to the city to live, arrange for her here the best I could. Of all the fool, unreliable dogs that ever trode a man's tracks, you are the limit, and you never before failed me. You blame, degenerate pup, you!" The harvester paused for breath, and the dog subsided to a pitiful whimper. He was eager to return to the man who had struck him the first blow his pampered body ever had received, but he could not understand a kick and harsh words for him, so he lay quivering with anxiety and fear. "You howling, whimpering idiot!" exclaimed the harvester. "Choose a day like this to spoil, air to intoxicate a mummy, roots swelling, buds bursting, harvest close, and you'd call me off and put me at work like that, would you? If I ever had supposed lost all your senses, I never would have asked you. 6 years you have decided my fate when the first bluebird came, and you've been true blue every time. If I ever trust you again! But the mischief is done now. Have you forgotten that your name means to protect? Don't you remember it is because of that it is your name? Protect! I'd have trusted you with my life, Belle. You gave it to me the time you pointed that rattler within 6 inches of my fingers in the bloodroot bed. You saw the falling limb in time to warn me. You always know where the quicksands lie. But you are protecting me now like sin, ain't you? Bring a girl here to spoil both our lives. Not if I know myself. Protect." The man arose, and going inside the cabin, closed the door. After that, the dog lay in abject misery, so deep that 2 big tears squeezed from his eyes and rolled down his face. To be shut out was worse than the blow. He did not take the trouble to arise from the wet leaves covering the cold earth, but closing his eyes, went to sleep. The man leaned against the door and ran his fingers through his hair as he anathematized the dog. Slowly his eyes traveled around the room. He saw his tumbled bed by the open window facing the lake, the small table with his writing material, the crude rack on the wall loaded with medical works, botanies, and drug encyclopedias, the books of the few authors who interested him, and the bare, muck-tracked floor. He went to the kitchen, where he built a fire in the cook-stove, and to the smoke-house, from which he returned with a slice of ham and some eggs. He set some potatoes boiling and took bread, butter, and milk from the pantry. Then he laid a small notebook on the table before him and studied the transactions of the day. 10 pounds wild cherry bark at 6 cents a pound, 60 cents total. 5 pounds wahoo root bark, 25 cents a pound, $1.25 total. 20 pounds witch hazel bark at 5 cents a pound, $1 total. 5 pounds blue flag root at 12 cents a pound, 60 cents total. 10 pounds snake root at 18 cents a pound, $1.80 total. 10 pounds bloodroot at 12 cents a pound, $1.20 total. 15 pounds horehound at 10 cents a pound, $1.50 total. Grand total $7.95. "Not so bad," he muttered, bending over the figures. "I wonder if any of my neighbors who harvest the fields average as well at this season. I'll wager they don't. That's pretty fair. Some days I don't make it, and then when a consignment of seeds go or ginseng is wanted, the cash comes in right properly. I could waste half of it on a girl and yet save money. But where is the woman who would be content with half? She'd want all and fret because there wasn't more. Blame that dog." He put the book in his pocket, prepared and ate his supper, heaped a plate generously, placed it on the floor beneath the table, and set away the food that remained. "Not that you deserve it," he said to space. "You get this in honor of your distinguished name and the faithfulness with which you formerly have lived up to its import. If you hadn't been a dog with more sense than some men, I wouldn't take your going back on me now so hard. One would think an animal of your intelligence might realize that you would get as much of a dose as I. Would she permit you to eat from a plate on the kitchen floor? Not on your life, Belshazzar. Frozen scraps around the door for you. Would she allow you to sleep across the foot of the bed? Ho, ho, ho! Would she have you tracking on her floor? It would be the barn, and growling you didn't do at that. If I'd serve you right, I'd give you a dose and allow you to see how you like it. But it's cutting off my nose to spite my face, as the old adage goes. For whatever she did to a dog, she'd probably do worse to a man. I think not." He entered the front room and stood before a long shelf on which were arranged an array of partially completed candlesticks carved from wood. There were black and white walnut, red, white, and golden oak, cherry, and curly maple, all in original designs. Some of them were oddities, others were failures, but most of them were unusually successful. He selected one of black walnut, carved until the outline of his pattern was barely distinguishable. He was imitating the trunk of a tree with the bark on, the spreading fern-covered roots widening for the base, from which a vine sprang. Near the top was the crude outline of a big night moth climbing toward the light. He stood, turning this stick with loving hands and holding it from him for inspection. "I am going to master you," he exulted. "Your lines are right. The design balances, and it's graceful. If I have any trouble, it will be with the moth, and I think I can manage. I've got to decide whether to use Cecropia or Polyphemus before long. Really, on a walnut and in the woods, it should be a Luna, according to the eternal fitness of things. But I'm afraid of the trailers. They turn over and half curl, and I believe I'd better not tackle them for a start. I'll use the easiest to begin on, and if I succeed, I'll duplicate the pattern and try a Luna then. The beauties!" The harvester selected a knife from the box and began carving the stick, slowly and carefully. His brain was busy, for presently he glanced at the floor. "She'd object to that," he said emphatically. "A man could no more sit and work where he pleased than he could fly. At least I know mother would never have it, and she was no nagger either. What a mother she was! If one only could stop the lonely feeling that will creep in, and the aching hunger born with the body, for a mate. If a fellow only could stop it with a woman like mother! How she reveled in sunshine and beauty! How she loved earth and air! How she went straight to the marrow of the finest line in the best book I could bring from the library! How clean and true she was, and how unyielding! I can hear her now, holding me with her last breath to my promise. If I could marry a girl like mother, great Caesar, you'd see me buying an automobile to make the run to the county clerk. Wouldn't that be great? Think of coming in from a long, difficult day, to find a hot supper, and a girl such as she must have been, waiting for me. Belle, if I thought there was a woman similar to her in all the world, and I had even the ghost of a chance to win her, I'd call you in and forgive you. But I know the girls of today. I pass them on the roads, on the streets, and see them in the cafes, stores, and at the library. Why, even the nurses at the hospital, for all the gravity of their positions, are a giggling, silly lot. And they never know that the only time they look and act presentably to me is when they stop their chatter, put on their uniforms, and go to work. Some of them are pretty, then. There's a little blue-eyed one, but all she needs is feathers to make her a ha-ha bird. Drat that dog!" The harvester took the candlestick and the box of knives, opened the door, and returned to the stoop. Belshazzar arose, pleading in his eyes, and cautiously advanced a few steps. The man bent over his work and paid not the slightest heed, so the discouraged dog sank to earth and fixedly watched the unresponsive master. The carving of the candlestick went on steadily. Occasionally the harvester lifted his head and repeatedly sucked his lungs full of air. Sometimes, for an instant, he scanned the surface of the lake for signs of breaking fish or splash of migrant water-bird. Again his gaze wandered up the steep hill, crowned with giant trees, whose swelling buds he could see and smell. Straight before him lay a low marsh, through which the little creek that gurgled and tumbled downhill curved, crossed the drive some distance below, and entered the lake of lost loons. While the trees were bare, and when the air was clear as now, he could see the spires of Onabasha 5 miles away, intervening cultivated fields, stretches of wood, the long black line of the railway, and the swampy bottomlands gradually rising to the culmination of the tree-crowned summit above him. His cocks were crowing warlike challenges to rivals on neighboring farms. His hens were caroling their spring egg song. In the barnyard, ganders were screaming stridently. Over the lake and the cabin, with clapping, snowy wings, his white doves circled in a last joy flight before seeking their cotes in the stable loft. As the light grew fainter, the harvester worked slower. Often he leaned against the casing and closed his eyes to rest them. Sometimes he whistled snatches of old songs to which his mother had cradled him, and again bits of opera and popular music he had heard on the streets of Onabasha. As he worked, the sun went down and a half-moon appeared above the wood across the lake. Once it seemed as if it were a silver bowl set on a branch of a giant oak. Higher, it rested a tilted crescent on the rim of a cloud. The dog waited until he could endure it no longer, and straightened from his crouching position, he took a few velvet steps forward, making faint whining sounds in his throat. When the man neither turned his head nor gave him a glance, Belshazzar sank to earth again, satisfied for the moment with being a little closer. Across Loon Lake came the wavering voice of a night love song. The harvester remembered that, as a boy, he had shrunk from those notes, until his mother explained that they were made by a little brown owl asking for a mate to come and live in his hollow tree. Now he rather liked the sound. It was eloquent of earnest pleading. With the lonely bird on one side, and the reproachful dog eyes on the other, the man grinned rather foolishly. Between two fires, he thought. If that dog ever catches my eye, he will come tearing as a cyclone, and I would not kick him again for $100. First time I ever struck him, and didn't intend to then. So blame mad and disappointed, my foot just shot out before I knew it. There he lies half dead to make up, but I'm blessed if I forgive him in a hurry. And there is that insane little owl screeching for a mate. If I'd start out making sounds like that, all the girls would line up and compete for possession of my happy home. The harvester laughed, and at the sound Belshazzar took courage and advanced 5 steps before he sank belly to earth again. The owl continued its song. The harvester imitated the cry, and at once it responded. He called again and leaned back, waiting. The notes came closer. The harvester cried once more and peered across the lake, watching for the shadow of silent wings. The moon was high above the trees now. The knife dropped in the box. The long fingers closed around the stick. The head rested against the casing, and the man intoned the cry with all his skill, and then watched and waited. He had been straining his eyes over the carving until they were tired, and when he watched for the bird the moonlight tried them, for it touched the lightly rippling waves of the lake in a line of yellow light that stretched straight across the water from the opposite bank, directly to the gravel bed below, where lay the bathing pool. It made a path of gold that wavered and shimmered as the water moved gently, but it appeared sufficiently material to resemble a bridge spanning the lake. "Seems as I could walk it," muttered the harvester. The owl cried again, and the man intently watched the opposite bank. He could not see the bird, but in the deep wood where he thought it might be, he began to discern a misty, moving shimmer of white. Marveling, he watched closer. So slowly he could not detect motion, it advanced, rising in height and taking shape. "Do I end this day by seeing a ghost?" he queried. He gazed intently, and saw that a white figure really moved in the woods of the opposite bank. "Must be some boys playing fool pranks," exclaimed the harvester. He watched fixedly with interested face, and then amazement wiped out all other expression as he sat motionless, breathless, looking, intently looking. For the white object came straight toward the water, and at the very edge unhesitatingly stepped upon the bridge of gold, and lightly, easily advanced in his direction. The man waited. On came the figure, and as it drew closer, he could see that it was a very tall, extremely slender woman, wrapped in soft robes of white. She stepped along the slender line of the gold bridge with grace unequaled. From the water arose a shining mist, and behind the advancing figure a wall of light outlined and rimmed her in a setting of gold. As she neared the shore, the harvester's blood began to race in his veins, and his lips parted in wonder. First she was like a slender birch trunk, then she resembled a wild lily, and soon she was close enough to prove that she was young and very lovely. Heavy braids of dark hair rested on her head as a coronet. Her forehead was low and white. Her eyes were wide open wells of darkness, her rounded cheeks faintly pink, and her red lips smiling invitation. Her throat was long, very white, and the hands that caught up the fleecy robe around her were rose-colored and slender. In a panic, the harvester saw that the trailing robe swept the undulant gold water, but was not wet. The feet that alternately showed as she advanced were not purple with cold, but warm with a pink glow. She was coming straight toward him, wonderful, alluring, lovely beyond any woman the harvester ever had seen. Straightway the fountains of 26 years' repression overflowed in the breast of the man, and all his being ran toward her in a wave of desire. On she came, and now her tender feet were on the white gravel. When he could see clearly, she was even more beautiful than she had appeared at a distance. He opened his lips, but no sound came. He struggled to rise, but his legs would not bear his weight. Helpless, he sank against the casing. The girl walked to his feet, bent, placed a hand on each of his shoulders, and smiled into his eyes. He could scent the flower-like odor of her body and wrapping, even her hair. He struggled frantically to speak to her as she leaned closer, yet closer, and softly but firmly laid lips of pulsing sweetness on his in a deliberate kiss. The harvester was on his feet now. Belshazzar shrank into the shadows. "Come back!" cried the man. "Come back! For the love of mercy, where are you?" He ran stumblingly toward the lake. The bridge of gold was there. The little owl cried lonesomely. And did he see, or did he only dream he saw, a mist of white vanishing in the opposite wood? His breath came between dry lips, and he circled the cabin, searching eagerly, but he could find nothing, hear nothing, save the dog at his heels. He hurried to the stoop and stood gazing at the molten path of moonlight. One minute he was half frozen, the next a rosy glow enfolded him. Slowly he lifted a hand and touched his lips. Then he raised his eyes from the water and swept the sky in a penetrant gaze. "My gracious Heavenly Father," said the harvester reverently, "would it be like that?" End of section 1. Section 2. The Effect of a Dream. Fully convinced at last that he had been dreaming, the harvester picked up his knives and candlestick and entered the cabin. He placed them on a shelf and turned away, but after a second's hesitation he closed the box and arranged the sticks neatly. Then he set the room in order and carefully swept the floor. As he replaced the broom, he thought for an instant, then opened the door and whistled softly. Belshazzar came at a rush. The harvester pushed the plate of food toward the hungry dog, and he ate greedily. The man returned to the front room and closed the door. He stood a long time before his shelf of books, at last selected a volume of medicinal plants, and settled to study. His supper finished, Belshazzar came scratching and whining at the door. Several times the man lifted his head and glanced in that direction, but he only returned to his book and read again. Tired and sleepy, at last he placed the volume on the shelf, went to a closet for a pair of bath towels, and hung them across a chair. Then he undressed, opened the door, and ran for the lake. He plunged with a splash and swam vigorously for a few minutes, his white body growing pink under the sting of the chilled water. Over and over he scanned the golden bridge to the moon, and stood an instant dripping on the gravel of the landing to make sure that no dream woman was crossing the wavering floor. He rubbed to a glow and turned back the covers of his bed. The door and window stood wide. Before he lay down, the harvester paused in arrested motion a second, then stepped to the kitchen door and lifted the latch. As the man drew the covers over him, the dog's nose began making an opening, and a little later he quietly walked into the room. The harvester rested, facing the lake. The dog sniffed at his shoulder, but the man was rigid. Then the click of nails could be heard on the floor as Belshazzar went to the opposite side. At his accustomed place, he paused and set one foot on the bed. There was not a sound, so he lifted the other. Then, one at a time, he drew up his hind feet and crouched as he had on the gravel. The man lay watching the bright bridge. The moonlight entered the window and flooded the room. The strong lines on the weather-beaten face of the harvester were mellowed in the light, and he appeared young and good to see. His lithe figure stretched the length of the bed. His hair appeared almost white, and his face, touched by the glorifying light of the moon, was a study. One instant his countenance was swept with ultimate scorn, then gradually that would fade, and the lines soften, until his lips curved in childlike appeal, and his eyes were filled with pleading. Several times he lifted a hand and gently touched his lips, as if a kiss were a material thing and would leave tangible evidence of having been given. After a long time his eyes closed and he scarcely was unconscious before Belshazzar's cold nose touched the outstretched hand, and the harvester lifted and laid it on the dog's head. "Forgive me, Bel," he muttered. "I never did that. I wouldn't have hurt you for anything. It happened before I had time to think." They both fell asleep. The clear-cut lines of manly strength on the face of the harvester were touched to tender beauty. He lay smiling softly. Far in the night he realized the frost chill and divided the coverlet with a happy Belshazzar. The golden dream never came again. There was no need. It had done its perfect work. The harvester awoke the next morning a different man. His face was youthful and alive with alert anticipation. He began his work with eager impetuosity, whistling and singing the while, and he found time to play with and talk to Belshazzar until that glad beast almost wagged off his tail in delight. They breakfasted together and arranged the rooms with unusual care. "You see," explained the harvester to the dog, "we must walk neatly after this. Maybe there is such a thing as fate. Possibly your answer was right. There might be a girl in the world for me. I don't expect it, but there is a possibility that she may find us before we locate her. Anyway, we should work and be ready. All the old stock in the storehouse goes out as soon as we can cart it. A new cabin shall rise as fast as we can build it. There must be a basement and furnace, too. Dream women don't have cold feet, but if there is a girl living like that, and she is coming to us or waiting for us to come to her, we must have a comfortable home to offer. There should be a bathroom, too. She couldn't dip in the lake as we do. And until we build the new house, we must keep the old one clean, just on the chance of her happening on us. She might be visiting some of the neighbors or come from town with someone, or I might see her on the street or at the library or hospital or in some of the stores. For the love of mercy, help me watch for her, Belle. The half of my kingdom if you will point her for me." The harvester worked as he talked. He set the rooms in order, put away the remains of breakfast, and started to the stable. He turned back and stood for a long time, scanning the face in the kitchen mirror. Once he went to the door, then he hesitated, and finally took out his shaving set and used it carefully and washed vigorously. He pulled his shirt together at the throat, and hunting among his clothing, found an old red tie that he knotted around his neck. This so changed his everyday appearance that he felt wonderfully dressed, and whistled gaily on his way to the barn. There he confided in the old gray mare as he curried and harnessed her to the spring wagon. "Hardly know me, do you, Betsy?" he inquired. "Well, I'll explain. Our friend Belle here has doomed me to go courting this year. Wouldn't that dumbfound you? I was mad as hornets at first, but since I've slept on the idea, I rather like it. Maybe we are too lonely and dull. Perhaps the right woman would make life a very different matter. Last night I saw her, Betsy, and between us, I can't tell even you. She was the loveliest, sweetest girl on earth, and that is all I can say. We are going to watch for her today, and every trip we make until we find her, if it requires 100 years. Then some glad time we are going to locate her, and when we do, well, you just keep your eye on us, Betsy, and you'll see how courting straight from the heart is done, even if we lack experience." Intoxicated with new and delightful sensations, his tongue worked faster than his hands. "I don't mind telling you, old faithful, that I am in love this morning," he said. "In love heels over, Betsy, for the first time in all my life. If any man ever was a bigger fool than I am today, it would comfort me to know about it. I am acting like an idiot, Betsy. I know that, but I wish you could understand how I feel. Power! I am the headwaters of Niagara. I could pluck down the stars and set them in different places. I could twist the tail from the comet. I could twirl the globe on my palm and topple mountains and wipe lakes from the surface. I am a live man, Betsy. Existence is over, so don't you go at any tricks or I might pull off your head. Betsy, if you see the tallest girl you ever saw, and she wears a dark diadem and has big black eyes and a face so lovely it blinds you, why, you have seen her, and you balk right on the spot and stand like the Rock of Gibraltar until you make me see her too, as if I wouldn't know she was coming a mile away. There's more I could tell you, but that is my secret, and it's too precious to talk about, even to my best friends. Belle, bring Betsy to the storeroom." The harvester tossed the hitching strap to the dog and walked down the driveway to a low structure built on the embankment beside the lake. One end of it was a dry house of his own construction. Here, by an arrangement of hot water pipes, he evaporated many of the barks, roots, seeds, and leaves he grew to supply large concerns engaged in the manufacture of drugs. By his process, crude stock was thoroughly cured, yet did not lose in weight and color as when dried in the sun or outdoor shade. So the harvester was enabled to send his customers big packages of brightly colored raw material, and the few cents per pound he asked in advance of the catalogued prices were paid eagerly. He lived alone and never talked of his work, so none of the harvesters of the fields adjoining dreamed of the extent of his reaping. The idea had been his own. He had been born in the cabin in which he now lived. His father and grandfather were old-time hunters of skins and game. They had added to their earnings by gathering, in spring and fall, the few medicinal seeds, leaves, and barks they knew. His mother had been of different type. She had loved and married the picturesque young hunter, and gone to live with him on the section of land taken by his father. She found life, real life, vastly different from her girlhood dreams, but she was one of those changeless, unyielding women who suffer silently, but never rue a bargain, no matter how badly they are cheated. Her only joy in life had been her son. For him she had worked and saved unceasingly, and when he was old enough, she sent him to the city to school and kept pace with him in the lessons he brought home at night. Using what she knew of her husband's work as a guide, and profiting by pamphlets published by the government, every hour of the time outside school and in summer vacations she worked in the woods with the boy, gathering herbs and roots to pay for his education and clothing. So the son passed the full high school course, and then, selecting such branches as interested him, continued his studies alone. From books and drug pamphlets he had learned every medicinal plant, shrub, and tree in his vicinity, and for years roamed far afield and through the woods collecting. After his father's death, expenses grew heavier, and the boy saw that he must earn more money. His mother frantically opposed his going to the city, so he thought out the plan of transplanting the stuff he gathered to the land they owned and cultivating it there. This work was well developed when he was 20, but that year he lost his mother. From that time he went on steadily enlarging his species, transplanting trees, shrubs, vines, and medicinal herbs from such locations as he found them to similar conditions on his land. 6 years he had worked cultivating these beds, and hunting through the woods on the river banks, government land, the great Limberlost swamp, and neglected corners of earth for barks and roots. He occasionally made long trips across the country for rapidly diminishing plants he found in the woodland of men who did not care to bother with a few specimens, and many big beds of profitable herbs, extinct for miles around, now flourished on the banks of Loon Lake, in the marsh, and through the forest rising above. To what extent and value his venture had grown, no one, save the harvester, knew. When his neighbors twitted him with being too lazy to plow and sow, of mooning over books, and derisively sneered when they spoke of him as the harvester of the woods or the medicine man, David Langston smiled and went his way. How lonely he had been since the death of his mother he never realized until that morning, when a new idea really had taken possession of him. From the storehouse he heaped packages of seeds, dried leaves, barks, and roots into the wagon, but he kept a generous supply of each, for he prided himself on being able to fill all orders that reached him. Yet the load he took to the city was much larger than usual. As he drove down the hill and passed the cabin, he studied the location. "The drainage is perfect," he said to Belshazzar beside him on the seat. "So is the situation. We get the cool breezes from the lake in summer and the hillside warmth in winter. View down the valley can't be surpassed. We will grub out that thicket in front, move over the driveway, and build a couple of two-story rooms, with basement for cellar and furnace, and a bathroom in front of the cabin, and use it with some fixing over for a dining room and kitchen. Then we will deepen and widen Singing Water, stick a bushel of bulbs and roots and sow a peck of flower seeds in the marsh, plant a hedge along the drive, and straighten the lake shore a little. I can make a beautiful wildflower garden, and arrange so that with one season's work this will appear very well. We will express this stuff, and then select and fell some trees tonight. Soon as the frost is out of the ground, we will dig our basement and lay the foundations. The neighbors will help me raise the logs. After that, I can finish the inside work. I've got some dried maple, cherry, and walnut logs that would work into beautiful furniture. I haven't forgotten the prices McLean offered me. I can use it as well as he. Plain way the best things are built now, I believe I could make tables and couches myself. I can see plans in the magazines at the library. I'll take a look when I get this off. I feel strong enough to do all of it in a few days, and I am crazy to commence, but I scarcely know where to begin. There are about 50 things I'd like to do, but to fell and dry the trees and get the walls up come first, I believe. What do you think, old Unreliable?" Belshazzar thought the world was a place of beauty that morning. He sniffed the icy, odorous air, and with tilted head watched the birds. A wearied band of ducks had settled on Loon Lake to feed and rest, for there was nothing to disturb them. Signs were numerous everywhere prohibiting hunters from firing over the harvester's land. Beside the lake, down the valley, crossing the railroad, and in the farther lowlands, the dog was a nervous quiver, as he constantly scented game or saw birds he wanted to point. But when they neared the city, he sat silently, watching everything with alert eyes. As they reached the outer fringe of residences, the harvester spoke to him. "Now remember, Belle," he said, "point me the tallest girl you ever saw, with a big braid of dark hair, shining black eyes, and red velvet lips, sweeter than wild crab apple blossoms. Make a dead set. Don't allow her to pass us. Heaven is going to begin in Medicine Woods when we find her, and prove to her that there lies her happy home." "When we find her," repeated the harvester softly and exultantly. "When we find her." He said it again and again, pronouncing the words with tender modulations. Because he was chanting it in his soul, in his heart, in his brain, with his lips, he had a hasty glance for every woman he passed. Light hair, blue eyes, and short figures got only casual inspection, but any tall girl with dark hair and eyes endured rather close scrutiny that morning. He drove to the express office and delivered his packages, and then to the hospital. In the hall the blue-eyed nurse met him and cried gaily, "Good morning, medicine man." "Ugh, I scalp pale faces," threatened the harvester, but the girl was not afraid and stood before him laughing. She might have gone her way quite as well. She could not have differed more from the girl of the newly begun quest. The man merely touched his wide-brimmed hat as he walked around her and entered the office of the chief surgeon. A slender, gray-eyed man with white hair turned from his desk, smiled warmly, pushed a chair, and reached a welcoming hand. "Good morning, David," he cried. "You bring the very breath of spring with you. Are you at the Maples yet?" "Begin tomorrow," was the answer. I want to get all my old stock off hands. Sugar water comes next, and then the giddy sassafras and spring roots rush me, and after that, harvest begins full force, and all my land is teeming. This is going to be a big year. Everything is sufficiently advanced to be worthwhile. I have decided to enlarge the buildings. Storeroom too small? Everything, said the harvester comprehensively. I am crowded everywhere. The keen gray eyes bent on him searchingly. Ho! Laughed the doctor. Crowded everywhere. I had not heard of cramped living quarters before. When did you meet her? Last night, replied the harvester. Her home is already in construction. I chose 7 trees as I drove here that are going to fall before night. So casual was the tone, the doctor was disarmed. I am trying your nerve remedy, he said. Instantly the harvester tingled with interest. How does it work? He inquired. Finely. Had a case that presented just the symptoms you mentioned. High school girl, broken down from trying to lead her classes, lead her fraternity, lead her parents, lead society. The Lord only knows what else. Gone all to pieces. Pretty a case of nervous prostration as you ever saw in a person of 50. I began on fractional doses with it, and at last got her to where she can rest. It did precisely what you claimed it would, David. Good, cried the harvester. Good. I hoped it would be effective. Thank you for the test. It will give me confidence when I go before the chemists with it. I've got a couple more compounds I wish you would try when you have safe cases where you can do no harm. You are cautious for a young man, son. The woods do that. You not only discover miracles and marvels in them, you not only trace evolution and the origin of species, but you get the greatest lessons taught in all the world ground into you early and alone. Courage, caution, and patience. Those are the rocks on which men are stranded as a rule. You think you can breast them, David? The harvester laughed. Aside from breaking a certain promise mother rooted in the blood and bones of me, if I am afraid of anything, I don't know it. You don't often see me going headlong, do you? As to patience, 10 years ago I began removing every tree, bush, vine, and plant of medicinal value from the woods around to my land. I set and sowed acres in ginseng, knowing I must nurse, tend, and cultivate 7 years. If my neighbors had understood what I was attempting, what do you think they would have said? Cranky and lazy would have become adjectives too mild. Lunatic would have expressed it better. That's close to the general opinion, anyway. Because I will not fell my trees and the woods hide the work I do, it is generally conceded that I spend my time in the sun reading a book. I do as often as I have an opportunity, but the point is that this fall, when I harvest that ginseng bed, I will clear more money than my stiffest detractor ever saw at one time. I'll wager my bank account won't compare so unfavorably with the best of them now. I did well this morning. Yes, I'll admit this much. I am reasonably cautious. I'm a pattern for patience, and my courage has never failed me yet, anyway. But I must rap on wood, for that boast is a sign that I probably will meet my Jonah soon. David, you are a man after my own heart, said the doctor. I love you more than any friend I have. I wouldn't see a hair of your head changed for the world. Now I've got to hurry to my operation. Remain as long as you please if there's anything that interests you, but don't let that giggling little nurse that always haunts the hall when you come make any impression. She's not up to your standard. Don't, said the harvester. I've learned one of the big lessons of life since I last saw you, Doc. I have no standard. There is just one woman in all the world for me, and when I find her I will know her, and I will be happy for even a glance. As for that talk of standards, I will be only too glad to take her as she is. David, I supposed what you said about enlarged buildings was nonsense or applied to storerooms. Go to your operation. David, if you send me in suspense, I may operate on the wrong man. What has happened? Nothing, said the harvester. Nothing. David, it's not like you to evade. What happened? Nothing. On my word, I merely saw a vision and dreamed a dream. You, a rank materialist, saw a vision and dreamed a dream, and you call it nothing. Worst thing that could happen. Whenever a man of common sense goes to seeing things that don't exist, and dreaming dreams, why, look out! What did you see? What did you dream? You woman, laughed the harvester. Talk about curiosity. I'd have to be a poet to describe my vision, and the dream was strictly private. I couldn't tell it, not for any price you could mention. Go to your operation. The doctor paused on the threshold. You can't fool me, he said. I can diagnose you all right. You are poet enough, but the vision was sacred, and when a man won't tell, it's always and forever a woman. I know all now I ever will, because I know you, David. A man with a loose mouth and low mind drags the women of his acquaintance through whatever mire he sinks in. But you couldn't tell, David, not even about a dream woman. Come again soon. You are my elixir of life, lad. I revel in the atmosphere you bring. Wish me success now. I'm going to a difficult, delicate operation. I do, cried the harvester heartily. I do. But you can't fail. You never have, and that proves you cannot. Goodbye. Down the street went the harvester, passing over city paved with his free, swinging stride, his head high, his face flushed with vivid outdoor tints, going somewhere to do something worthwhile, the impression always left behind him. Men envied his robust appearance, and women looked twice, always twice, and sometimes oftener if there was an opportunity, but twice at least was the rule. He left a little roll of bills at the bank and started toward the library. When he entered the reading room, an attendant, with an eager smile, hastily came toward him. "What will you have this morning, Mr. Langston?" she asked, in the voice of one who would render willing service. "Not the big books today," laughed the harvester. "I've only a short time. I'll glance through the magazines." He selected several from a table, and going to a corner settled with them, and for 2 hours was deeply engrossed. He took an envelope from his pocket, traced lines, and read intently. He studied the placing of rooms, the construction of furniture, and all attractive ideas were noted. When at last he arose, the attendant went to replace the magazines on the table. They had been opened widely, and as she turned the leaves they naturally fell apart at the plans for houses or articles of furniture. The harvester slowly went down the street. Before every furniture store he paused, and studied the designs displayed in the windows. Then he untied Betsy and drove to a lumber mill on the outskirts of the city, and made arrangements to have some freshly felled logs of black walnut and curly maple sawed into different sizes and put through a course in drying. He drove back to Medicine Woods, whistling, singing, and talking to Belshazzar beside him. He ate a hasty lunch, and at 3 o'clock was in the forest, blazing and felling slender, straight-trunked oak and ash of the desired proportions. End of section 2. Section 3. Harvesting the Forest. The forest is never so wonderful as when spring wrestles with winter for supremacy. While the earth is yet icebound, while snows occasionally fly, spring breathes her warmer breath of approach, and all nature responds. Sunny knolls, embankments, and cleared spaces become bare, while shadow spots in sheltered nooks remain white. This perfumes the icy air with a warmer breath of melting snow. The sap rises in the trees and bushes, sets buds swelling, and they distill a faint, intangible odor. Deep layers of dead leaves cover the frozen earth, and the sun shining on them raises a steamy vapor unlike anything else in nature. A different scent rises from earth when the sun strikes it. Lichen faces take on the brightest colors they ever wear, and rough, coarse mosses emerge in rank growth from their cover of snow and add another perfume to mellowing air. This combination has breathed a strange intoxication into the breast of mankind in all ages, and bird and animal life prove by their actions that it makes the same appeal to them. Crows call supremacy from tall trees. Flickers, drunk on the wine of nature, flash their yellow-lined wings and red crowns among trees in a search for suitable building places. Nuthatches run head foremost down rough trunks, spying out larvae and early emerging insects. Titmice chatter. The bold, clear whistle of the cardinal sounds never so gaily, and song sparrows pipe from every wayside shrub and fence post. Coons and opossums stir in their dens, muskrat and groundhog inspect the weather, while squirrels race among branches and bound from tree to tree like winged folk. All of them could have outlined the holdings of the harvester almost as well as any surveyor. They understood where the bang of guns and the snap of traps menaced life. Best of all, they knew where cracked nuts, handfuls of wheat, oats, and crumbs were scattered on the ground, and where suet bones dangled from bushes. Here, too, the last sheaf of the small wheat field at the foot of the hill was stoutly fixed on a high pole, so that the grain was free to all feathered visitors. When the harvester hitched Betsy, loaded his spiles and sap buckets into the wagon, and started to the woods to gather the offering the wet maples were pouring down their swelling sides, almost his entire family came to see him. They knew who fed and passed every day among them, and so were unafraid. After the familiarity of a long cold winter, when it had been easier to pick up scattered food than to search for it, they became so friendly with the man, the dog, and the gray horse that they hastily snatched the food offered at the barn and then followed through the woods. The harvester always was particular to wear large pockets, for it was good company to have living creatures flocking after him, trusting to his bounty. Ajax, a shimmering wonder of gorgeous feathers, sunned on the ridgepole of the old log stable, preened, spread his train, and uttered the peacock cry of defiance, to exercise his voice or to express his emotions at all times. But at feeding hour he descended to the park and snatched bites from the biggest turkey cocks and ganders, and reigned in power absolute over ducks, guineas, and chickens. Then he followed to the barn and tried to frighten crows and jays, and the gentle white doves under the eaves. The harvester walked through deep leaves and snow covering the road that only a forester could have distinguished. Over his shoulder he carried a mattock, and in the wagon were his clippers and an axe. Behind him came Betsy, drawing the sap buckets and big evaporating kettles. Through the wood ranged Belshazzar, the craziest dog in all creation. He always went wild at sap time. Here was none of the monotony of trapping for skins around the lake. This marked the first full day in the woods for the season. He ranged as he pleased, and came for a pat or a look of confidence when he grew lonely, while the harvester worked. At camp the man unhitched Betsy and tied her to the wagon, and for several hours distributed buckets. Then he hung the kettles and gathered wood for the fire. At noon he returned to the cabin for lunch and brought back a load of empty syrup cans and barrels in which to collect the sap. While the buckets filled the dripping trees, he dug roots in the sassafras thicket to fill orders and supply the demand of Onabasha for tea. Several times he stopped to cut an especially fine tree. "You know I hate to kill you," he apologized to the first one he felled, "but it certainly must be legitimate for a man to take enough of his trees to build a home, and no other house is possible for a creature of the woods but a cabin, is there? The birds use of the material they find here. Surely I have the right to do the same. Seems as if nothing else would serve, at least for me. I was born and reared here. I've always loved you. Of course, I can't use anything else for my home." He swung the axe, and the chips flew as he worked on a straight half-grown oak. After a time he paused an instant, and rested, and as he did so he looked speculatively at his work. "I wonder where she is today," he said. "I wonder what she's going to think of a log cabin in the woods. Maybe she's been reared in the city and is afraid of a forest. She may not like houses made of logs. Possibly she won't want to marry a medicine man. She may dislike the man, not to mention his occupation. She may think it coarse and common to work out of doors with your hands, although I'd have to argue there is a little brain in the combination. I must figure out all these things. But there is one on the lady. She should have settled these points before she became quite so familiar. I have that for a foundation anyway, so I'll go on cutting wood, and the remainder will be up to her when I find her." "When I find her," repeated the harvester slowly. "But I'm not going to locate her very soon monkeying around in these woods. I should be out where people are, looking for her right now." He chopped steadily until the tree crashed over, and then, noticing a rapidly filling bucket, he struck the axe in the wood and began gathering sap. When he had made the round, he drove to the camp, filled the kettles, and lighted the fire. While it started, he cut and scraped sassafras roots, and made clippings of tag alder, spice brush, and white willow into big bundles that were ready to have the bark removed during the night watch, and then cured in the dry house. He went home at evening to feed the poultry and replenish the ever-burning fire of the engine, and to keep the cabin warm enough that food would not freeze. With an oilcloth and blankets, he returned to the camp, and throughout the night tended the buckets and boiling sap, and worked or dozed by the fire between times. Toward the end of boiling, when the sap was becoming thick, it had to be watched with especial care so it would not scorch. But when the kettles were freshly filled, the harvester sat beside them, and carefully split tender twigs of willow and slipped off the bark ready to be spread on the trays. "You are a good tonic," he mused as he worked, "and you go into some of the medicine for rheumatism. If she ever has it, we will give her some of you, and then she will be all right again. Strange that I should be preparing medicinal bark by the sugar campfire, but I have to make this hay, not while the sun shines, but when the bark is loose, while the sap is rising. Wonder who will use this? Depends largely on where I sell it. Anyway, I hope it will take the pain out of some poor body. Prices so low now, not worth gathering unless I can kill time on it while waiting for something else. Never got over 7 cents a pound for the best I ever sold, and it takes a heap of these little quills to make a pound when they are dry. That's all of you, about 25 cents worth. But even that is better than doing nothing while I wait, and someone has to keep the doctor supplied with salicin and tannin, so if I do, other folks needn't bother." He arose and poured more sap into the kettles as it boiled away, and replenished the fire. He nibbled a twig when he began on the spice brush. As he sat on the piled wood and bent over his work, he was an attractive figure. His face shone with health and was bright with anticipation. While he split the tender bark and slipped out the wood, he spoke his thoughts slowly. "The 5 cents a pound I'll get for you is even less, but I love the fragrance and taste. You don't peel so easy as the willow, but I'd like to prepare you better, because you will make some miserable little sick child well, or you may cool someone's fevered blood. If ever she has a fever, I hope she will take medicine made from my bark, because it will be strong and pure. I've half a notion to set someone else gathering the stuff and tending the plants, and spend my time in the little laboratory compounding different combinations. I don't see what bigger thing a man can do than to combine pure, clean, unadulterated roots and barks into medicines that will cool fevers, stop chills, and purify bad blood. The doctors may be all right, but what are they going to do if we men behind the prescription cases don't supply them with unadulterated drugs? Answer me that, Mr. Sapsucker. Doc says I've done mighty well so far as I've gone. I can't think of a thing on earth I'd rather do, and there's money no end in it. I could get too rich for comfort in short order. I wouldn't be too wealthy to live just the way I do for any consideration. I don't know about her, though. She is lovely, and handsome women usually want beautiful clothing, and a quantity of things that cost no end of money. I may need all I can get, for her. One can never tell." He arose to stir the sap and pour more from the barrels to the kettles before he began on the tag alder he had gathered. "If it is all the same to you, I'll just keep on chewing spice brush while I work," he muttered. "You are entirely too much of an astringent to suit my taste, and you bring a cent less a pound. But you are thicker and dry heavier, and you grow in any quantity around the lake and on the marshy places, so I'll make the size of the bundle atone for the price. If I peel you while I wait on the sap, I'm that much ahead. I can spread you on drying trays in a few seconds, and there you are. Howl your head off, Belle. I don't care what you found. I wouldn't shoot anything today, unless the cupboard was bare and I was starvation hungry. In that case, I think a man comes first, and I'd kill a squirrel or quail in season, but blessed if I'd butcher a lot or do it often. Vegetables and bread are better anyway. You peel easier even than the willow. What jolly whistles father used to make! There was about 20 cents worth of spice, and I'll easy raise it to $1 on this. I'll get 100 gallons of syrup in the coming 2 weeks, and it will bring 150 if I boil and strain it carefully, and can guarantee it contains no hickory bark and brown sugar, and it won't. Straight for me or not at all. Pure is the word at Medicine Woods. Syrup or drugs, it's the same thing. Between times I can fell every tree I'll need for the new cabin, and average $1 a day besides on spice, alder, and willow, and twice that for sassafras for the Onabasha markets, not to mention the quantities I can dry this year. Aside from spring tea, they seem to use it for everything. I never yet have had enough. It goes into half the tonics, anodyne, and stimulants, also soap and candy. I see where I grow rich in spite of myself, and also where my harvest is going to spoil before I can garner it, if I don't step lively and double even more than I am now. Where the cabin is to come in, well, it must come in if everything else goes. The roots can wait, and I'll dig them next year and get more and larger pieces. I won't really lose anything, and if she should come before I am ready to start to find her, why, then I'll have her home prepared. How long before you begin your house, old Firefly?" he inquired of a flaming cardinal tilting on a twig. He arose to make the round of the sap buckets again, then resumed his work peeling bark, And so the time passed. In the following 10 days he collected and boiled enough sap to make more syrup than he had expected. His earliest spring store of medicinal twigs, that were peeled to dry in quills, were all collected and on trays, and he digged several wagon loads of sassafras and felled all the logs of stout, slender oak he would require for his walls. Choice timber he had been curing for candlestick material he hauled to the sawmills to have cut properly, for the thought of trying his hand at tables and chairs had taken possession of him. He was sure he could make furniture that would appear quite as well as the mission pieces he admired on display in the store windows of the city. To him, chairs and tables made from trees that grew on land that had belonged for 3 generations to his ancestors, trees among which he had grown, played, and worked, trees that were so much his friends that he carefully explained the situation to them before using an axe or saw, trees that he had cut, cured, and fashioned into designs of his own, would make vastly more valuable furnishings in his home than anything that could be purchased in the city. As he drove back and forth, he watched constantly for her. He was working so desperately, planning far ahead, doubling and trebling tasks, trying to do everything his profession demanded in season, and to prepare timber and make plans for the new cabin, as well as to start a pair of candlesticks of marvelous design for her. That night was one long, unbroken sleep of the thoroughly tired man, but day had become a delightful dream. He fed the chickens to produce eggs for her. He gathered barks and sluiced roots on the raft in the lake for her. He grubbed the spice thicket before the door and moved it into the woods to make space for a lawn for her. His eyes were wide open for every woven case and dangling cocoon of the big night moss that propagated around him for her. Every night when he left the woods, from 1 to a dozen cocoons, that he had detected with remarkable ease while the trees were bare, were stuck in his hatband. As he arranged them in a cool, dry place, he talked to them. "Of course I know you are valuable, and there are collectors who would pay well for you, but I think not. You are the prettiest thing God made that I ever saw, and those of you that home with me have no price on your wings. You are much safer here than among the crows and jays of the woods. I am gathering you to protect you, and to show to her. If I don't find her by June, you may go scot-free. All I want is the best pattern I can get from some of you for candlestick designs. Of everything in the whole world, a candlestick should be made of wood. It should be carved by hand, and of all ornamentations on earth, the moth that flies to the night-light is the most appropriate. Owls are not so bad. They are of the night, and they fly to light too, but they are so old. Nobody I have ever known used a moth. They missed the best when they neglected them. I'll make her sticks over an original pattern. I'll twine nightshade vines with flowers and berries around them, and put a trailed luna on one, and what is the next prettiest for the other. I'll think well before I decide. Maybe she'll come by the time I get to carving and tell me what she likes. That would beat my taste or guessing a mile." He carefully arranged the twigs bearing cocoons in a big wire-covered box to protect them from the depredations of nibbling mice and the bolder attacks of the saucy ground squirrels that stored nuts in his loft and took possession of the attic until their scampering sometimes awoke him in the night. Every trip he made to the city, he stopped at the library to examine plans of buildings and furniture and to make notes. The oak he had hauled was being hewed into shape by a neighbor who knew how, and every wagon that carried a log to the city to be dressed at the mill brought back timber for sidewalls, joists, and rafters. Night after night he sat late, poring over his plans for the new rooms, above all for her chamber. With poised pencil he wavered over where to put the closet and entrance to her bath. He figured on how wide to make her bed, and where it should stand. He remembered her dressing table in placing windows, and a space for a chest of drawers. In fact, there was nothing the active mind of the harvester did not busy itself with in those days that might make a woman a comfortable home. Every thought emanated from impulses evolved in his life in the woods, and each was executed with mighty tenderness. A killdeer sweeping the lake close 2 o'clock one morning awakened him. He had planned to close the sugar camp for the season that day, but when he heard the notes of the loved bird, he wondered if that would not be a good time to stake out the foundations and begin digging. There was yet ice in the ground, but the hillside was rapidly thawing, and although the work would be easier later, so eager was the harvester to have walls up and a roof over that he decided to commence. But when morning came and he and Belshazzar breakfasted and fed Betsy in the stock, he concluded to return to his first plan and close the camp. All the sap collected that day went into the vinegar barrel. He loaded the kettles, buckets, and spiles, and stopped at the spice thicket to cut a bale of twigs as he passed. He carried one load to the wagon and returned for another. Downwind on swift wing came a bird and entered the bushes. Motionless, the harvester peered at it. A mourning dove had returned to him through snow, skifting over cold earth. It settled on a limb and began dressing its plumage. At that instant a wavering cuckoo-a-coo broke into sobbing tones from the deep wood. Without paying the slightest heed, the dove finished a wing, ruffled and settled her feathers, and opened her bill in a human-like yawn. The harvester smiled. The notes swelled closer in renewed pleading. The cry was beyond doubt a courting male, and this an indifferent female. Her beady eyes snapped, her head turned coquettishly, a picture of self-possession. She hid among the dense twigs of the spice thicket. Around the outside circled the pleading male. With shining eyes the harvester watched. These were of the things that made life in the woods most worth while. More insistent grew the wavering notes of the lover. More indifferent became the beloved. She was superb in her poise as she amused herself in hiding. A perfect burst of confused, sobbing notes broke in the air. Then away in the deep wood a softly wavering, half-questioning coo-ah answered them. Amazement flashed into the eyes of the harvester, but his face was not nearly so expressive as that of the bird. She lifted a bewildered head and grew rigid in an attitude of tense listening. There was a pause. In quicker measure and crowding notes the male called again. Instantly the soft coo wavered in answer. The surprised little hen bird of the thicket hopped straight up and settled on her perch again, her dark eyes indignant as she uttered a short coo. The muscles of the harvester's chest were beginning to twitch and quiver. More intense grew the notes of the pleading male. Softly seductive came the reply. The clapping of his wings could be heard as he flew in search of the charmer. "A coo!" cried the deserted female as she tilted off the branch and tore through the thicket in pursuit, with wings hastened by fright at the ringing laugh of the harvester. "Not so indifferent after all, Belle," he said to the dog standing in stiff point beside him. "That was all pretend. But she waited just a trifle too long. Now she will have to fight it out with a rival. Good thing if some of the flirtatious women could have seen that. Help them to learn their own minds sooner." He laughed as he heaped the twigs on top of the wagon and started down the hill, chuckling. Belshazzar followed, leading Betsy straight in the middle of the road by the hitching strap. A few yards ahead the man stopped suddenly with lifted hand. The dog and horse stood motionless. A dove flashed across the road and settled in sight on a limb. Almost simultaneously another perched beside it, and they locked bills in a long caress, utterly heedless of a plaintive coo in the deep wood. "Settled," said the harvester. "Jupiter, I wish my troubles were that nearly finished. Wish I knew where she is and how to find my way to her lips. Wonder if she will come when I call her. What if I should find her, and she would have everything on earth, other lovers, and indifference worse than Madame Dove's for me? Talk about bitterness. Well, I'd have the dream left, anyway. And there are always two sides. There is just a possibility that she may be poor and overworked, sick and tired, and wondering why I don't come. Possibly she had a dream, too, and she wishes I would hurry. Dear Lord!" The harvester began to perspire as he strode down the hill. He scarcely waited to hang the harness properly. He did not stop to unload the wagon until night, but went after an axe and a board that he split into pegs. Then he took a ball of twine, a measuring line, and began laying out his foundation, when the hard earth would scarcely hold the stakes he drove into it. When he found he only would waste time in digging, he put away the neatly washed kettles, peeled the spice brush, spread it to dry, and prepared his dinner. After that he began hauling stone and cement for his basement floor and foundation walls. Occasionally he helped at hewing logs when the old man paused to rest. That afternoon the first robin of the season hailed him in passing. "Hullo!" cried the harvester. "You don't mean to tell me that you have beaten the larks? You really have. Well, since I see it, I must believe, but you are early. Come around to the back door if crumbs or wheat will do, or if you can make out on suet and meat bones. We are good and ready for you. Where is your mate? For any sake, don't tell me you don't know. One case of that kind at Medicine Woods is enough. Say you came ahead to see if it is too cold, or to select a home and get ready for her. Say anything on earth except that you love her and want her until your body is one quivering ache, and you don't know where she is." End of section 3. Section 4. A Commission for the South Wind. The next morning the larks trailed ecstasy all over the valley. The following day cuckoos were calling in the thickets. A warm wind swept from the south and set swollen buds bursting, while the sun shone, causing the harvester to rejoice. Betsy's white coat was splashed with the mud of the valley road. The feet of Belshazzar left tracks over lumber piles, and the harvester removed his muck-covered shoes at the door and wore slippers inside. The skunk cabbage appeared around the edge of the forest. Rank melon and thistles lay over the fields in big circles of green, and even plants of delicate growth were thrusting their heads through mellowing earth and dead leaves to reach light and air. Then the harvester took his mattock and began to dig. His level best fell so far short of what he felt capable of doing and desired to accomplish that the following day he put 2 more men on the job. Then the earth did fly, and so soon as the required space was excavated, the walls were lined with stone and a smooth basement floor was made of cement. The night the new home stood, a skeleton of joists and rafters, gleaming whitely on the banks of Loon Lake, the harvester went to the bridge crossing Singing Water and slowly came up the driveway to see how the work appeared. He caught his breath as he advanced. He had intended to stake out generous rooms, but this, compared with the cabin, seemed like a big hotel. "I hope I haven't made it so large it will be a burden," he soliloquized. "It's huge, but while I am at it I want to build big enough, and I think I have." He stood on the driveway, his arms folded, and looked at the structure as he occasionally voiced his thoughts. "The next thing is to lay up the side walls and get the roof over. Got to have plenty of help, for those logs are hewed to 14 inches square and some of them are 40 feet long. That's timber. Grew with me, too. Personally acquainted with almost every tree of it. We will bed them in cement, use care with the roof, and if that doesn't make a cool house in the summer and a warm one in winter, I'll be disappointed. It sets among the trees, and on the hillside just right. We must have a wide porch, plenty of flowers, vines, ferns, and mosses, and when I get everything finished and she sees it, perhaps it will please her." A great horned owl swept down the hill, crossed the lake, and hooted from the forest of the opposite bank. The harvester thought of his dream and turned. "Any women walking the water tonight? Come if you like," he bantered. "I don't mind in the least. In fact, I'd rather enjoy it. I'd be so happy if you would come now and tell me how this appears to you, for it's all yours. I'd have enlarged the storeroom, dry houses, and laboratory for myself, but this cabin, never. The old one suited me as it was. But for you, I should have a better home." The harvester glanced from the shining skeleton to the bridge of gold and back again. "Where are you tonight?" he questioned. "What are you doing? Can't you give me a hint of where to search for you when this is ready? I don't know but I am beginning wrong. My little brothers of the wood do differently. They announce their intentions the first thing, flaunt their attractions, and display their strength. They say aloud, for all the listening world to hear, what is in their hearts. They chip, chirp, and sing, warble, whistle, thrill, scream, and hoot it. They are strong on self-expression, and appreciative of their appearance. They meet, court, mate, and then build their home together after a mutual plan. It's a good way, too. Lots surer of getting things satisfactory." The harvester sat on the lumber pile and gazed questioningly at the framework. "I wish I knew if I'm going at things right," he said. "There are two sides to consider. If she is in a good home and lovingly cared for, it would be proper to court her and get her promise, if I could. No, I'm blessed, if I'll be so modest. Get her promise, as I said, and let her wait while I build the cabin. But if she should be poor, tired, and neglected, then I ought to have this ready when I find her, so I could pick her up and bring her to it with no more ceremony than the birds." The harvester's clear skin flushed crimson. "Of course I don't mean no wedding ceremony," he amended. "I was thinking of a long time wasted in preliminaries, when in my soul I know I am going to marry my dream girl before I've ever seen her in reality. What would be the use in spending much time in courting? She's my wife now, by every law of God. Let me get a glimpse of her, and I'll prove it. But I've got to make tracks, for if she were here, where would I put her? I must hurry." He went to the workroom and began polishing a tabletop. He had bought a chest of tools and was spending every spare minute on tables, chair seats, and legs. He had decided to make these first and carve candlesticks later when he had more time. 2 hours he worked at the furniture, and then went to bed. The following morning he put eggs under several hens that wanted to set, trimmed his grapevines, examined the precious ginseng beds, attended his stock, got breakfast for Belshazzar and himself, and was ready for work when the first carpenter arrived. Laying hewed logs went speedily, and before the harvester believed it possible, the big shingles he had ordered were being nailed on the roof. Then came the plumber and arranged for the bathroom, and the furnace man placed the heating pipes. The harvester had intended the cabin to be mostly the work of his own hands, but when he saw how rapidly skilled carpenters worked, he changed his mind and had them finish the living room, his room, and the upstairs, and make over the dining room and kitchen. Her room he worked on alone, with a little help if he did not know how to join the different parts. Everything was plain and simple, after plans of his own, but the harvester laid floors and made window casings, seats, and doors of wood that the big factories of Grand Rapids used in veneering their finest furniture. When one of his carpenters pointed out this to him, and suggested that he sell his lumber to McLean and use pine flooring from the mills, the harvester laughed at him. "I don't say that I could afford to buy burl maple, walnut, and cherry for woodwork," said the harvester. "I could not, but since I have it, you can stake your life I won't sell it and build my home of cheap, rapidly decaying wood. The best I have goes into this cabin, and what remains will do to sell. I have an idea that when this is done it is going to appear first rate. Anyway, it will be solid enough to last 1,000 years, and with every day of use, natural wood grows more beautiful. When I get some tables, couches, and chairs made from the same timber as the casings and the floors, I think it will be fine. I want money, but I don't want it bad enough to part with the best of anything I have for it. Go carefully and neatly there. It will have to be changed if you don't." So the work progressed rapidly. When the carpenters had finished the last stroke on the big veranda, they remained a day more and made flower boxes and a swinging couch, and then the greedy harvester kept the best man with him a week longer to help on the furniture. "Ain't you going to say a word about her, Langston?" asked this man as they put a mirror-like surface on a curly maple dressing-table top. "Her?" ejaculated the harvester. "What do you mean?" "I haven't seen you bathe anywhere except in the lake since I've been here," said the carpenter. "Do you want me to think that a porcelain tub, this big closet, and chest of drawers are for you?" A wave of crimson swept over the harvester. "No, they are not for me," he said simply. "I don't want to be any more different from other men than I can help, although I know that life in the woods, the rigid training of my mother, and the reading of only the books that would aid in my work have made me individual in many of my thoughts and ways. I suppose most men, just now, would tell you anything you want to know. There is only one thing I can say. The best of my soul and brain, the best of my woods and storehouse, the best I can buy with money is not good enough for her. That's all. For myself, I am getting ready to marry, of course. I think all normal men do, and that is the matter of plain common sense that they should. Life with the right woman must be infinitely broader and better than alone. Are you married?" "Yes, got a wife and 4 children." "Are you sorry?" "Sorry?" The carpenter shrilled the word. "Sorry? Well, that's the best I ever heard. Am I sorry I married Nell and got the kids? Do I look sorry?" "I am not expecting to be, either," said the harvester calmly. "I think I have done fairly well to stick to my work and live alone until I am 26. I have thought the thing all over and made up my mind. As soon as I get this house far enough along that I feel I can proceed alone, I am going to rush the marrying business just as fast as I can, and let her finish the remainder to her liking." "Well, this ought to please her." "That's because you find your own work good," laughed the harvester. "Not altogether." The carpenter polished the board and stood it on end to examine the surface as he talked. "Not altogether. Nothing but good work would suit you. I was thinking of the little creek splashing down the hill to the lake, and that old log hewer said that in a few more days things here would be a blaze of color till fall." Almost all the drug plants and bushes leaf beautifully and flower brilliantly, explained the harvester. I studied the location suitable to each variety before I set the beds and planned how to grow the plants for continuity of bloom and as much harmony of color as possible. Of course, a landscape gardener would tear up some of it, but seen as a whole, it isn't so bad. Did you ever notice that in the open, with God's blue overhead and his green for a background, he can place purple and yellow, pink, magenta, red, and blue in masses, or any combination you can mention, and the brighter the color, the more you like it? You don't seem to see or feel that any grouping clashes. You revel in each wonderful growth, and luxuriate in the brilliancy of the whole. Anyway, this suits me. I guess it'll please her, too, said the carpenter. After all the pains you've taken, she is a good one if it doesn't. I'll always have the consolation of having done my best, replied the harvester. One can't do more. Whether she likes it or not depends greatly on the way she has been reared. You talk as if you didn't know, commented the carpenter. You go on with this now, said the harvester hastily. I've got to uncover some beds and dig my year's supply of skunk cabbage, else folk with asthma and dropsy who depend on me will be short on relief. I ought to take my sweet flag, too, but I'm so hurried now, I think I'll leave it until fall. I do when I can, because the bloom is so pretty around the lake, and the bees simply go wild over the pollen. Sometimes I almost think I can detect it in their honey. Do you know, I've wondered often if the honey my bees make has medicinal properties, and should be kept separate in different seasons. In early spring, when the plants and bushes that furnish the roots and barks of most of my tonics are in bloom, and the bees gather the pollen, that honey should partake in a degree of the same properties and be good medicine. In the summer it should aid digestion, and in the fall cure rheumatism and blood disorders. Say you try it, urged the carpenter. I want a lot of the fall kind. I'm always full of rheumatism by October. Exposure, no doubt. Overeating of too much rich food, you mean, laughed the harvester. I'd like to see any man expose his body to more differing extremes of weather than I do, and I'm never sick. It's because I am my own cook, and so I live mostly on fruits, vegetables, bread, milk, and eggs, a few fish from the lake, a little game once in a great while, or a chicken, and no hot drinks. Plenty of fresh water, air, and continuous work out of doors. That's the prescription. I'd be ashamed to have rheumatism at your age. There's food in the cupboard if you grow hungry. I'm going past one of the neighbors on my way to see about some work I want her to do. The harvester stopped for lunch, carried food to Belshazzar, and started straight across country, his mattock, with a bag rolled around the handle, on his shoulder. His feet sank in the damp earth at the foot of the hill, and he laughed as he leaped across Singing Water. You noisy chatterbox, cried the man. The impetus of coming down the curves of the hill keeps you talking all the way across this muck bed to the lake. With small work I can make you a thing of beauty. A few bushes grubbed, a little deepening where you spread too much, and some more mallows along the banks will do the trick. I must attend to you soon. Now what does the boy want? Laughed a white-haired old woman as the harvester entered the door. Maybe you think I don't know what you're up to. I even can hear the hammering and the voices of the men when the wind is in the south. I've been wondering how soon you'd need me. Out with it. I want you to get a woman and come over and spend a day with me. I'll come after you and bring you back. I want you to go over mother's bedding and have what needs it washed. All I want you to do is to superintend, and tell me now what I will want from town for your work. I put away all your mother's bedding that you were not using, clean as a ribbon. but it has been packed in moth preventatives ever since, and out only 4 times a year to air, as you told me. It must smell musty and be yellow. I want it fresh and clean." "So what I've been hearing is true, David?" "Quite true," said the harvester. "Whose girl is she, and when are you going to join hands?" The harvester lifted his clear eyes and hesitated. "Doc Carey laid you in my arms when you was born, David. I tended you forever your ma did. All your life you've been my boy, and I love you same as my own blood. It won't go no farther if you say so. I'll never tell a living soul. But I'm old, and till better weather comes, housebound, and I get mighty lonely. I'd like to think about you and her, and plan for you, and love her as I always did you folks. Who is she, David? Do I know the family?" "No, she is a stranger to these parts," said the unhappy harvester. "David, is she a nice girl that your ma would 'a' liked?" "She's the only girl in the world that I'd marry," said the harvester promptly, glad of a question he could answer heartily. "Yes, she is gentle, very tender, and affectionate." He went on so rapidly that Granny Morland could not say a word. "And as soon as I bring her home you shall come to spend a day and get acquainted. I know you will love her. I'll come in the morning, then. I must hurry now. I am working double this spring, and I'm off for the skunk cabbage bed today." "You are working fit to kill, the neighbors say, slaving like a horse all day, and half the night I see your lights burning." "Do I appear killed?" laughingly inquired the harvester. "You look pert as a strutting turkey gobbler," said the old woman. "Go on with your work. Work don't hurt a body. Eat a plenty, sleep all you art, and you can't work enough to hurt you." "So the neighbors say I'm working now. New story, isn't it? Usually I'm too lazy to make a living, if I remember." "Only to those who don't sense your proceedings, David. I always knowed how you grubbed and slaved and said over them fearful books of yours." "More interesting than the wildest fiction," said the man. "I'm making some medicine for your rheumatism, Granny. It is not fully tested yet, but you get ready for it by cutting out all the salt you can. I haven't time to explain this morning, but you remember what I say. Leave out the salt, and when Doc thinks it safe, I'll bring you something that will make a new woman of you." He went swinging down the road, and Granny Morland looked after him. "While he was talking," she muttered, "I felt full of information as a flock of almanacs. But now since he's gone, appears to me I don't know a thing more 'n I did to start on." "Close call," the harvester was thinking. "Why the nation did I admit anything to her? People may talk as they please, so long as I don't sanction it, but I have 2 or 3 times. That's a fool trick. Suppose I can't find her? Maybe she won't look at me if I can. Then I'd have started something I couldn't finish. And if anybody thinks I'll end this by taking any girl I can get if I can't find her, why, they think wrongly. Just the girl of my golden dream, or no woman at all for me. I've lived alone long enough to know how to do it in comfort. If I can't find and win her, I have no intention of starting a boarding house." The harvester began to laugh. "I'd rather keep bachelor's hall in hell than go to board in heaven," he quoted gaily. "That's my sentiment, too. If you can't have what you want, don't have anything. But there is no use to become discouraged before I start. I haven't begun to hunt her yet. Until I do, I might as well believe that she will walk across the bridge and take possession just as soon as I get the last chair leg polished. She might. She came in the dream, and to come actually couldn't be any more real. I'll make a stiff hunt of it before I give up, if I ever do. I never yet have made a complete failure of anything, but just now I am hunting skunk cabbage. It's precisely the time to take it." Across the lake, in the swampy woods, close where the screech owl sang and the girl of the golden dream walked in the moonlight, the harvester began operations. He unrolled the sack, went to one end of the bed and systematically started a swath across it, lifting every other plant by its roots. Flowering time was almost past, but the bees knew where pollen ripened, and hummed incessantly over and inside the queer cone-shaped growths with their hooked beaks. It almost appeared as if the sound made inside might be to give outsiders warning not to poach on occupied territory, for the harvester noticed that no bee entered a preempted plant. With skillful hand each stroke brought up a root, and he tossed it to one side. The plants were vastly peculiar things. First, they seemed to be a curled leaf with no flower. In color, they shaded from yellow to almost black mahogany, and appeared as if they were a flower with no leaf. Closer examination proved there was a stout leaf with a heavy outside midrib, the tip of which curled over in a beak effect that wrapped around a peculiar flower of very disagreeable odor. The handling of these plants by the hundred so intensified this smell the harvester shook his head. "I presume you are mostly mine," he said to the busy little workers around him. "If there is anything in my theory of honey having varying medicinal properties at different seasons, right now mine should be good for Granny's rheumatism and for nervous and dropsical people. I shouldn't think honey flavored with skunk cabbage would be fit to eat. But, of course, it isn't all this. There is catkin pollen in the wind. Hazel and sassafras are both in bloom now, and so are several of the earliest little flowers of the woods. You can gather enough of them combined to temper the disagreeable odor into racy sweetness. And all the shrub blooms are good tonics, too, and some of the earthy ones. I'm going to try giving some of you empty cases next spring and analyzing the honey to learn if it isn't good medicine." The harvester straightened and leaned on the mattock to fill his lungs with fresh air, and as he delightedly sniffed it, he commented, "Nothing else has much of a chance since I've stirred up the cabbage bed. I can scent the catkins plainly, being so close, and as I came here I could detect the hazel and sassafras all right." Above him a peculiar, raucous chattering for an instant hushed other wood voices. The harvester looked up, laughing gaily. "So you've decided to announce it to your tribe at last, have you?" he inquired. "You are waking the sleepers in their dens today? Well, there's nothing like waiting until you have a sure thing. The bluebirds broke the trail for the feathered folk the 24th of February. The sap oozed from the maples about the same time for the trees. The very first skunk cabbage was up quite a month ago to signal other plants to come on, and now you are rousing the furred folk. I'll write this down in my records. When the earliest bluebird sings, when the sap wets the maples, when the skunk cabbage flowers, and the first striped squirrel barks, why then it is spring." He bent to his task, and as he worked closer the water, he noticed sweet flag leaves waving 2 inches tall beneath the surface. "Great day!" he cried. "There you are making signs too. And right, of course. Nature is always right. Just 2 inches high, and it's harvest for you. I can use a rake, and dried in the evaporator, you bring me 10 cents a pound. To the folks needing a tonic, you are worth a small fortune. No doubt you cost that by the time you reach them. But I fear I can't gather you just now. My head is a little preoccupied these days. What with the cabbage, and now you, and many of the bushes and trees making signs, with a new cabin to build and furnish, with a girl to find and win, I'm what you might call busy. I've covered my bookshelf. I positively don't dare look at Emerson or Maeterlinck in the face. One consolation, I've got the best of Thoreau in my head, and if I read Sticking a few times more I'll be able to recite that. There's a man for you, not to mention the dog. Belle, where are you? Would you stick to me like that? I think you would. But you are a big, strong fellow. Sticking was only such a mite of a dog. But what a man he followed! I feel as if I should put on high-heeled slippers and carry a fan and a lace handkerchief when I think of him, and yet most men wouldn't consider my job so easy." The harvester rapidly pitched the evil-smelling plants into big heaps, and as he worked, he imitated the sounds around him as closely as he could. The song sparrow laughed at him and flew away in disgust when he tried its notes. The jay took time to consider, but was not fooled. The nuthatch ran head first down trees, larvae hunting, and was never a mite deceived. But the killdeer on invisible legs, circling the lake shore, replied instantly. So did the lark soaring above, and the dove of the elm thicket close behind. The glittering blackbirds flashing over every tree-top answered the tchee tchee of the harvester quite as readily as their mates. The last time he paused to rest he had studied scents. When he straightened again he was occupied with every voice of earth and air around and above him, and the notes of singing hens, exultant cocks, the scream of geese, the quack of ducks, the rasping crescendo of guineas running wild in the woods, the imperial note of Ajax sunning on the ridgepole, and echoes from all of them on adjoining and distant farms. "Now I see the full meaning and beauty of that word sound," quoted the harvester. "I thank God for sound. It always mounts and makes me mount." He breathed deeply and stood listening, a superb figure of a man, his lean face glowing with emotion. "If she could see and hear this, she would come," he said softly. "She would come, and she would love it as I do. Anyone who understands, and knows how to translate, cares for this above all else earth has to offer. They who do not, fail to read as they run." He shifted feet mired in swamp muck, and stood as if loath to bend again to his task. He lifted a weighted mattock and scraped the earth from it, sniffing it delightedly the while. A soft south wind, freighted with aromatic odors, swept his warm face. The harvester removed his hat and shook his head that the breeze might thread his thick hair. "I've a commission for you, South Wind," he said whimsically. "Go find my dream girl. Go carry her this message from me. Freight your breath with spicy pollen, sun warmth, and flower nectar. Fill all her senses with delight, and then, close to her ear, whisper it softly. Your lover is coming. Tell her that, O South Wind. Carry Araby to her nostrils, heaven to her ears, and then whisper and whisper it over and over until you arouse the passion of earth in her blood. Tell her what is rioting in my heart and brain and soul this morning. Repeat it until she must awake to its meaning. Your lover is coming." End of section 4. Section 5. When the Harvester Made Good. The sassafras and skunk cabbage were harvested. The last workman was gone. There was not a sound at Medicine Woods, save the babble of bird and animal notes, and the never-ending accompaniment of singing water. The geese had gone over, some flocks pausing to rest and feed on Loon Lake, and ducks that homed there were busy among the reeds and rushes. In the deep woods, the struggle to maintain and reproduce life was at its height, and the courting songs of gaily colored birds were drowned by hawk screams and crow calls of defiance. Every night before he plunged into the lake and went to sleep, the harvester made out a list of the most pressing work that he would undertake on the coming day. By systematizing and planning ahead, he was able to accomplish an unbelievable amount. The earliest rush of spring drug gathering was over. He could be more deliberate in collecting the barks he wanted. Flowers that were to be gathered at bloom time, and leaves, were not yet ready. The heavy leaf coverings he had helped the winds to heap on his beds of lily of the valley, bloodroot, and sarsaparilla were removed carefully. Inside the cabin, the harvester cleaned the glass, swept the floors with a soft cloth pinned over the broom, and hung pale yellow blinds at the windows. Every spare minute he worked on making furniture, and with each piece he grew in experience and ventured on more difficult undertakings. He had progressed so far that he now allowed himself an hour each day on the candlesticks for her. Every evening he opened her door, and with soft cloths polished the furniture he had made. When her room was completed and the dining room partially finished, the harvester took time to stain the cabin and porch roofs the shade of the willow leaves, and on the logs and pillars he used oil that served to intensify the light yellow of the natural wood. With that much accomplished, he felt better. If she came now, in a few hours he would be able to offer a comfortable room, enough conveniences to live until more could be provided, and of food there was always plenty. His daily program was to feed and water his animals and poultry, prepare breakfast for himself and Belshazzar, and go to the woods, dry house, or storeroom to do the work most needful in his harvesting. In the afternoon he labored over furniture, and put finishing touches on the new cabin, and after supper he carved, and found time to read again, as before his dream. He was so happy he whistled and sang at his work much of the time at first, but later there came days when doubts crept in, and all his willpower was required to proceed steadily. As the cabin grew in better shape for occupancy each day, more pressing became the thought of how he was going to find and meet the girl of his dream. Sometimes it seemed to him that the proper way was to remain at home and go on with his work, trusting her to come to him. At such times he was happy and gaily whistled and sang. "Stay in your chimney corner, don't roam the world about. Stay in your chimney corner, and your own true love will find you out." But there were other days, while grubbing in the forest, battling with roots in the muck and mire of the lake bank, staggering under a load for 2 men, scarcely taking time to eat and sleep enough to keep his condition perfect, when that plan seemed too hopeless and senseless to contemplate. Then he would think of locking the cabin, leaving the drugs to grow undisturbed by collecting, hiring a neighbor to care for his living creatures, and starting a search over the world to find her. There came times when the impulse to go was so strong that only the desire to take a day more to decide where kept him. Every time his mind was made up to start the following day came the counter-thought: what if I should go and she should come in my absence? In the dream she came. That alone held him, even in the face of the fact that if he left home someone might know of and rifle the precious ginseng bed, carefully tended these 7 years for the culmination the coming fall would bring. That ginseng was worth many thousands, and he had labored over it, fighting worms and parasites, covering and uncovering it with the changing seasons, a siege of loving labor. Sometimes a few hours of misgiving tortured him, but as a rule he was cheerful and happy in his preparations. Without intending to do it, he was gradually furnishing the cabin. Every few days saw a new piece finished in the workshop. Each trip to Onabasha ended in the purchase of some article he could see would harmonize with his color plans for one of the rooms. He had filled the flower boxes for the veranda with delicate plants that were growing luxuriantly. Then he designed and began setting a wild flower garden outside her door and started climbing vines over the logs and porches. But whatever he planted, he found in the woods or took from beds he cultivated. Many of the medicinal vines had leaves, flowers, twining tendrils, and berries or fruits of wonderful beauty. Every trip to the forest he brought back a half-dozen vines, plants, or bushes to set for her. All of them either bore lovely flowers, berries, quaint seed pods, or nuts, and beside the drive and before the cabin he used especial care to plant a hedge of bittersweet vines, burning bush, and trees of mountain ash, so that the glory of their color would enliven the winter when days might be gloomy. He planted wild yam under her windows, so its queer rattles might amuse her, and hop trees where their castanets would play gay music with every passing wind of fall. He started a thicket along the opposite bank of Singing Water, where it bubbled past her window, and in it he placed, in graduated rows, every shrub and small tree bearing bright flower, berry, or fruit. Those remaining he used as a border for the driveway from the lake, so that from earliest spring her eyes would fall on a procession of color, beginning with catkins and pawpaw lilies, and running through alders, haws, wild crabs, dogwood, plums, and cherry, intermingled with forest saplings and vines bearing scarlet berries in fall and winter. In the damp soil of the same character from which they were removed, in the shade and under the skillful hand of the harvester, few of these knew they had been transplanted, and when May brought the catbirds and orioles, much of this growth was flowering quite as luxuriantly as the same species in the woods. The harvester was in the storehouse, packing boxes for shipment. His room was so small and orders so numerous that he could not keep large quantities on hand. All crude stuff that he sent straight from the drying house was fresh and brightly colored. His stock always was marked prime A No. 1. There was a step behind him, and the harvester turned. A boy held out a telegram. The man opened it to find an order for some stuff to be shipped that day to a large laboratory in Toledo. His hands deftly tied packages, and he hastily packed bottles and nailed boxes. Then he ran to harness Betsy and load. As he drove down the hill to the bridge, he looked at his watch and shook his head. "What are you good for at a pinch, Betsy?" he asked, as he flecked the surprised mare's flank with a switch. Belshazzar cocked his ears and gazed at the harvester in astonishment. "That wasn't enough to hurt her," explained the man. "She must speed up. This is important business. The amount involved is not so much, but I do love to make good. It is part of my religion, Belle, and my religion has so precious few parts that if I fail in the observance of any of them, it makes a big hole in my performances. Now, we don't want to end a life full of holes, so we must get there with this stuff, not because it's worth the exertion in dollars and cents, but because these men patronize us steadily and expect us to fill orders, even by telegraph. Hustle, Betsy." The whip fell again, and Belshazzar entered indignant protest. "It isn't going to hurt her," said the harvester impatiently. "She may walk all the way back. She can rest while I get these boxes billed and loaded, if she can be persuaded to get them to the express office on time. The trouble with Betsy is that she wants to meander along the road with a loaded wagon as her mother and grandmother before her wandered through the woods, wearing a bell to attract the deer. Father used to say that her mother was the smartest bell mare that ever entered the forest. She'd not only find the deer, but she'd make friends with them and lead them straight as a bee-line to where he was hiding. Betsy, you must travel." The harvester drew the lines taut, and the whip fell smartly. The astonished Betsy snorted and pranced down the valley as fast as she could, but every step indicated that she felt outraged and abused. This was the loveliest day of the season. The sun was shining, the air was heavy with the perfume of flowering shrubs and trees, the orchards of the valley were white with bloom. Farmers were hurrying back and forth across fields, leaving upturned lines of black, swampy mold behind them, and one progressive individual rode a wheeled plow, drove 3 horses, and enjoyed the shelter of a canopy. "Saints preserve us, Belshazzar!" cried the harvester. "Do you see that? He's one of the men who makes a business of calling me shiftless. Now he thinks he is working. Working! For a full-grown man, did you ever see the equal? If I were going that far, I'd wear a tuck shirt, Panama hat, have a pianola attachment, and an automatic fan." The harvester laughed as he again touched Betsy and hurried to Onabasha. He scarcely saw the delights offered on either hand, and where his eyes customarily took in every sight, and his ears were tuned for the faintest note of earth or tree-top, today he saw only Betsy, and listened for a whistle he dreaded to hear at the water-tank. He climbed the embankment of the railway at a slower pace, but made up time going downhill to the city. "I'm not getting a blamed thing out of this," he complained to Belshazzar. "There are riches to stagger any scientist wasting today, and all I've got to show is one oriole. I did hear his first note and see his flash, and so unless we can take time to make up for this on the home road, we will have to christen it Oriole Day. It's a perfumed golden day, too. I can get that in passing. But how I loathe hurrying! I don't mind planning things and working steadily, but it's not consistent with the dignity of a sane man to go rushing across country with as much appreciation of the delights offered right now as a chicken with its head off would have. We will loaf going back to pay for this, and won't we invite our souls? We will stop and gather a big bouquet of crab-apple blossoms to fill the green pitcher for her. Maybe some of their wonderful perfume will linger in her room. When the petals fall, we will scatter them in the drawers of her dresser, and they may distill a faint flower odor there. We could do that to all her furniture, but perhaps she doesn't like perfume. She'll be compelled to after she reaches Medicine Woods. Betsy, you must travel faster." The whip fell again, and the harvester stopped at the depot with a few minutes to spare. He threw the hitching strap to Belshazzar and ran into the express office with an armload of boxes. "Bill them," he cried. "It's a rush order. I want it to go on the next express. Almost due, I think. I'll help you and we can book them afterward." The expressman ran for a truck, and they hastily weighed and piled on boxes. When the last one was loaded from the wagon, a heap more lying in the office were added, pitched on indiscriminately as the train pulled under the sheds of the Union Station. "I'll push," cried the harvester, "and help you get them on." Hurrying as fast as he could, the expressman drew the heavy truck through the iron gates and started toward the train, slowing to a stop, and the harvester pushed. As they came down the platform, they passed the dining and sleeping cars of the long train and were several times delayed by descending passengers. Just opposite the day coach, the expressman narrowly missed running into several women leading small children and stopped abruptly. A toppling box threatened the head of the harvester. He peered around the truck and saw they must wait a few seconds. He put in the time watching the people. A gray-haired old man, traveling in a silk hat, wavered at the top step and went his way. A fat woman, loaded with bundles, puffed as she clung trembling a second in fear she would miss the step she could not see. A tall, slender girl, with a face coldly white, came next, and from the broken shoe she advanced, the bewildered fright of big, dark eyes glancing helplessly. The harvester saw that she was poor, alone, ill, and in trouble. Pityingly he turned to watch her, and as he gauged her height, saw her figure, and a dark coronet of hair came into view, a ghastly pallor swept his face. "Merciful God!" he breathed. "That's my dream girl!" The truck started with a jerk. The toppling box fell, struck a passing boy, and knocked him down. The mother screamed, and the harvester sprang to pick up the child and see that he was not dangerously hurt. Then he ran after the truck, pitched on the box, and whirling, sped beside the train toward the gates of exit. There was the usual crush, but he could see the tall figure passing up the steps to the depot. He tried to force his way, and was called a brute by a crowded woman. He ran down the platform to the gates he had entered with the truck. They were automatic and had locked. Then he became a primal creature being cheated of a lawful mate, and climbed the high iron fence, and ran for the waiting room. He swept it at a glance, not forgetting the women's apartment and the side entrance. Then he hurried to the front exit. Up the street leading from the city there were few people, and he could see no sign of the slight, white-faced girl. He crossed the sidewalk and ran down the gutter for a block, and breathlessly waited the passing crowd on the corner. She was not among it. He tried one more square. Still he could not see her. Then he ran back to the depot. He thought surely he must have missed her. He again searched the woman's and general waiting room, and then he thought of the conductor. From him it could be learned where she entered the car. He ran for the station, bolted the gate while the official called to him, and reached the track in time to see the train pull out within a few yards of him. "You blooming idiot!" cried the angry expressman as the harvester ran against him. "Where did you go? Why didn't you help me? You are as white as a sheet. Have you lost your senses?" "Worse," groaned the harvester. "Worse. I've lost what I prize most on earth. How could I reach the conductor of that train?" "Telegraph him at the next station. You can have an answer in a half-hour." The harvester ran to the office, and with shaking hand wrote this message: "Where did a tall girl with big black eyes and wearing a gray dress take your train? Important." Then he went out and minutely searched the depot and streets. He hired an automobile to drive him over the business part of Onabasha for 3/4 of an hour. Up one street and down another he went slowly where there were crowds, faster as he could, but never a sight of her. Then he returned to the depot and found his message. It read, "Transferred to me at Fort Wayne from Chicago." "Chicago baggage!" he cried, and hurried to the check room. He had lost almost an hour. When he reached the room he found the officials busy and unwilling to be interrupted. Finally he learned there had been a half-dozen trunks from Chicago. All were taken save 2, and one glance at them told the harvester that they did not belong to the girl in gray. The others had been claimed by men having checks for them. If she had been there, the officials had not noticed a tall girl having a white face and dark eyes. When he could think of no further effort to make, he drove to the hospital. Dr. Carey was not in his office, and the harvester sat in the revolving chair before the desk and gripped his head between his hands as he tried to think. He could not remember anything more he could have done, but since what he had done only ended in failure, he was reproaching himself wildly that he had taken his eyes from the girl an instant after recognizing her. Yet it was in his blood to be decent, and he could not have run away and left a frightened woman and a hurt child. Trusting to his fleet feet and strength, he had taken time to replace the box also, and then had met the crowd and delay. Just for the instant it appeared to him as if he had done all a man could, and he had not found her. If he allowed her to return to Chicago, probably he never would. He leaned his head on his hands and groaned in discouragement. Dr. Carey whirled the chair so that it faced him before the harvester realized he was not alone. "What's the trouble, David?" he asked tersely. The harvester lifted a strained face. "I came for help," he said. "Well, you will get it. All you have to do is state what you want." That seemed simplicity itself to the doctor, but when it came to putting his case into words, it was not easy for the harvester. "Go on," said the doctor. "You'll think me a fool." The doctor laughed heartily. "No doubt," he said soothingly. "No doubt, David. Probably you are, so why shouldn't I think so? But remember this, when we make the biggest fools of ourselves, that is precisely the time when we need friends, and when they stick to us the tightest, if they are worth while. I've been waiting since latter February for you to tell me. We can fix it, of course. There's always a way. Go on." "Well, I wasn't fooling about the dream and the vision I told you of, then, Doc. I did have a dream, and it was a dream of love. I did see a vision, and it was a beautiful woman." "I hope you are not nursing that experience as something exclusive and peculiar to you," said the doctor. "There is not a normal, sane man living who has not dreamed of love and the most exquisite woman who came from the clouds or anywhere and was gracious to him. That's a part of a man's experience in this world, and it happens to most of us, not once but repeatedly. It's a case where the wish fathers the dream." "Well, it hasn't happened to me on repeated occasions, but it did one night, and by dawn I was converted. How can a dream be so real, Doc? How could I see as clearly as I ever saw in the daytime, in my most alert moment, hear every step and garment rustle, scent the perfume of hair, and feel warm breath strike my face? I don't understand it." "Neither does anyone else. All you need say is that your dream was real as life. Go on." "I built a new cabin and pretty well overturned the place, and I've been making furniture I thought a woman would like, and carrying things from town ever since." "Gee, it was reality to you, lad." "Nothing ever more so," said the harvester. "And of course you have been looking for her?" "And this morning I saw her." "David!" "Not the ghost of a chance for a mistake. Her height, her eyes, her hair, her walk, her face. Only something terrible has happened since she came to me. It was the same girl, but she is ill and in trouble now." "Where is she?" "Do you suppose I'd be here if I knew?" "David, are you dreaming in daytime?" "She got off the Chicago train this morning while I was helping Daniels load a big truck of express matter. Some of it was mine, and it was important. Just at the wrong instant a box fell and knocked down a child, and I got in a jam. And as it was you, of course you stopped to pick up the child and do everything decent for other folks, before you thought of yourself, and so you lost her. You needn't tell me anything more. David, if I find her, and prove to you that she has been married 10 years and has an interesting family, will you thank me?" "Can't be done," said the harvester calmly. "She has been married only since she gave herself to me in February, and she is not a mother. You needn't bank on that." "You are mighty sure." "Why not? I told you the dream was real, and now that I've seen her, and she is in this very town, why shouldn't I be sure?" "What have you done?" The harvester told him. "What are you going to do next?" "Talk it over with you and decide." The doctor laughed. "Well, here are a few things that occur to me without time for thought. Talk to the ticket agents and leave her description with them. Make it worth their while to be on the lookout, and if she goes anywhere, to find out all they can. They could make an excuse of putting her address on her ticket envelope and get it that way. See the baggageman. Post the day police on Main Street. There is no chance for her to escape you. A full-grown woman doesn't vanish. How did she act when she got off the car? Did she appear familiar?" "No, she was a stranger. For an instant she looked around as if she expected someone. Then she followed the crowd. There must have been an automobile waiting, or she took a streetcar. Something whirled her out of sight in a few seconds." "Well, we will get her in range again. Now for the most minute description you can give." The harvester hesitated. He did not care to describe the dream girl to anyone, much less the living, suffering face and poorly clad form of the reality. "Cut out your scruples," laughed the doctor. "You've asked me to help you, but how can I if I don't know what kind of a woman to look for?" "Very tall and slender," said the harvester, "almost as tall as I am." "Unusually tall, you think?" "I know." "That's a good point for identification. How about her complexion, hair, and eyes?" "Very large, dark eyes, and a great mass of black hair." The doctor roared. "The eyes may help," he said. "All women have masses of hair these days. I hope—" "Her hair is fast to her head," said the harvester indignantly. "I saw it at close range, and I know. It went around like a crown." The doctor choked down a laugh. He wanted to say that every woman's hair was like a crown at present. But there were things no man ventured with David Langston, those who knew him best, least of any. So he suggested, "And her coloring?" "She was white and rosy, a lovely thing in the dream," said the harvester. "But something dreadful has happened. That's all wiped out now. She was very pale when she left the car." "Car sick, maybe." "Soul sick," was the grim reply. Then Dr. Carey appeared so disturbed the harvester noticed it. "You needn't think I'd be here prating about her if I wasn't forced. If she had been rosy and well as she was in the dream, I'd have made my hunt alone and found her too. But when I saw she was sick and in trouble, it took all the courage out of me, and I broke for help. She must be found at once, and when she is, you are probably the first man I'll want. I am going to put up a pretty stiff search myself, and if I find her, I'll send or get her to you if I can. Put her in the best ward you have, and anything money will do." The face of the doctor was growing troubled. "Day coach or Pullman?" he asked. "Day." "How was she dressed?" "Small black hat, very plain. Gray jacket and skirt, neat as a flower." "What you'd call expensively dressed?" The harvester hesitated. "What I'd call carefully dressed, but poverty poor, if you will have it, Doc." Dr. Carey's lips closed and then opened in sudden resolution. "David, I don't like it," he said tersely. The harvester met his eye and purposely misunderstood him. "Neither do I," he exclaimed. "I hate it. There is something wrong with the whole world when a woman having a face full of purity, intellect, and refinement of extreme type glances around her like a hunted thing, when her appearance seems to indicate that she has starved her body to clothe it. I know what is in your mind, Doc, but if I were you, I wouldn't put it into words, and I wouldn't even think it. Has it been your experience in this world that women not fit to know skimp their bodies to cover them? Does a girl of light character and little brain have the hardihood to advance a foot covered with a broken shoe? If I could tell you that she rode in a Pullman and wore exquisite clothing, you would be doing something. The other side of the picture shuts you up like a clam, and makes you appear shocked. Let me tell you this. No other woman I ever saw anywhere on God's footstool had a face of more delicate refinement, eyes of purer intelligence. I am of the woods, and while they don't teach me how to shine in society, They do instill always and forever the fineness of nature and her ways. I have her lessons so well learned, they help me more than anything else to discern the qualities of human nature. If you are my friend, and have any faith at all in my common sense, get up and do something." The doctor arose promptly. "David, I'm an ass," he said, "unusually lop-eared and blind in the bargain. But before I ask you to forgive me, I want you to remember two things. First, she did not visit me in my dreams. And second, I did not see her in reality. I had nothing to judge from except what you said. You seemed reluctant to tell me, and what you did say was disturbing to a friend of yours. I have not the slightest doubt if I had seen her I would agree with you. We seldom disagree, David. Now, will you forgive me?" The harvester suddenly faced a window. When at last he turned, "The offense lies with me," he said. "I was hasty. Are you going to help me?" "With all my heart. Go home and work until your head clears, then come back in the morning. She did not come from Chicago for a day. You've done all I know to do at present." "Thank you," said the harvester. He went to Betsy and Belshazzar, and slowly drove up and down the streets until Betsy protested and calmly turned homeward. The harvester smiled ruefully as he allowed her to proceed. "Go slow and take it easy," he said as they reached the country. "I want to think." Betsy stopped at the barn. The white doves took wing, and Ajax screamed shrilly before the harvester aroused in the slightest to anything around him. Then he looked at Belshazzar and said emphatically, "Now, partner, don't ever again interfere when I am complying with the observances of my religion. Just look what I'd have missed if I hadn't made good with that order." End of section 5. Section 6. To labor and to wait. "We have reached the beginning of the end, Ajax," said the harvester as the peacock ceased screaming and came to seek food from his hand. "We have seen the girl. Now we must locate her and convince her that Medicine Woods is her happy home. I feel quite equal to the latter proposition, Ajax, but how the nation to find her sticks me. I can't make a search so open that she will know and resent it. She must have all the consideration ever paid the most refined woman, but she also has got to be found, and that speedily. When I remember that look on her face, as if horrors were snatching at her skirts, it takes all the grit out of me. I feel weak as a sapling, and she needs all my strength. I've simply got to brace up. I'll work a while, and then perhaps I can think." So the harvester began the evening routine. He thought he did not want anything to eat, but when he opened the cupboard and smelled the food, he learned that he was a hungry man, and he cooked and ate a good supper. He put away everything carefully, for even the kitchen was dainty and fresh, and he wanted to keep it so for her. When he finished, he went into the living room, stood before the fireplace, and studied the collection of half-finished candlesticks grouped upon it. He picked up several and examined them closely, but realized that he could not bind himself to the exactions of carving that evening. He took a key from his pocket and unlocked her door. Every day he had been going there to improve upon his work for her, and he loved the room, the outlook from its windows. He was very proud of the furniture he had made. There was no paper-thin covering on her chairs, bed, and dressing-table. The tops, seats, and posts were solid wood, worth hundreds of dollars for veneer. Tonight he folded his arms and stood on the sill, hesitating. While she was a dream, he had loved to linger in her room. Now that she was reality, he paused. In one golden May day the place had become sacred. Since he had seen the girl, that room was so hers that he was hesitating about entering because of this fact. It was as if the tall, slender form stood before the chest of drawers or sat at the dressing table, and he did not dare enter unless he were welcome. Softly he closed the door and went away. He wandered to the dry house and turned the bark and roots on the trays, but the air stifled him and he hurried out. He tried to work in the packing room, but walls smothered him and again he sought the open. He espied a bundle of osier-bound, moss-covered ferns that he had found in the woods, and brought the shovel to transplant them, but the work worried him, and he hurried through with it. Then he looked for something else to do and saw an axe. He caught it up and with lusty strokes began swinging it. When he had chopped wood until he was very tired, he went to bed. Sleep came to the strong young frame, and he awoke in the morning refreshed and hopeful. He wondered why he had bothered Dr. Carey. The harvester felt able that morning to find his dream girl without assistance before the day was over. It was merely a matter of going to the city and locating a woman. Yesterday it had been a question of whether she really existed. Today he knew. Yesterday it had meant a search possibly as wide as earth to find her. Today it was narrowed to only one location so small compared with Chicago that the harvester felt he could sift its population with his fingers and pick her from others at his first attempt. If she were visiting there, probably she would rest during the night and be on the streets today. When he remembered her face, he doubted it. He decided to spend part of the time on the business streets and the remainder in the residence portions of the city. Because it was uncertain when he would return, everything was fed a double portion, and Betsy was left at a livery stable with instructions to care for her until he came. He did not know where the search would lead him. For several hours he slowly walked the business district, and then ranged farther, but not a sight of her. He never had known that Onabasha was so large. On its crowded streets he did not feel that he could sift the population through his fingers, nor could he open doors and search houses without an excuse. Some small boys passed him eating bananas, and the harvester looked at his watch and was amazed to find that the day had advanced until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He was tired and hungry. He went into a restaurant and ordered lunch. As he waited, a girl serving tables smiled at him. Any other time the harvester would have returned at least a pleasant look and gone his way. Today he scowled at her and ate in hurried discomfort. On the streets again, he had no idea where to go, and so he went to the hospital. "I expected you early this morning," was the greeting of Dr. Carey. "Where have you been and what have you done?" "Nothing," said the harvester. "I was so sure she would be on the streets I just watched, but I didn't see her." "We will go to the depot," said the doctor. "The first thing is to keep her from leaving town." They arranged with the ticket agents, expressmen, telegraphers, and, as they left, the harvester stopped and tipped the train caller, offering further reward worth while if he would find the girl. "Now we will go to the police station," said the doctor. "I'll see the chief and have him issue a general order to his men to watch for her. But if I were you, I'd select a half-dozen in the downtown district and give them a little tip with a big promise." "Good Lord, how I hate this!" groaned the harvester. "Want to find her by yourself?" questioned his friend. "Yes," said the harvester, "I do, and I would, if it hadn't been for her ghastly face. That drives me to resort to any measures. The probabilities are that she is lying sick somewhere, and if her comfort depends on the purse that dressed her, She will suffer. Doc, do you know how awful this is? I know that you've got a great imagination. If the woods make all men as sensitive as you are, those who have business to transact should stay out of them. Take a common sense view. Look at this as I do. If she was strong enough to travel in a day coach from Chicago, she can't be so very ill today. Leaving life by the inch isn't that easy. She will be alive this time next year, whether you find her or not. The chances are that her stress was mental anyway, and trouble almost never overcomes anyone. You, a doctor, and say that? Oh, I mean instantaneously, in a day. Of course, if it grinds away for years. But youth doesn't allow it to do that. It throws it off and grows hopeful and happy again. She won't die. Put that out of your mind. If I were you, I would go home now and go straight on with my work, trusting to the machinery you have set in motion. I know most of the men with whom we have talked. They will locate her in a week or less. It's their business. It isn't yours. It's your job to be ready for her, and have enough ahead to support her when they find her. Try to realize that there are now a dozen men on hunt for her, and trust them. Go back to your work, and I will come full speed in the motor when the first man sights her. That ought to satisfy you. I've told all of them to call me at the hospital, and I will tell my assistant what to do in case a call comes while I am away. Straighten your face. Go back to Medicine Woods and harvest your crops, and before you know it she will be located. Then you can put on your Sunday clothes and show yourself, and see if you can make her take notice." "Idiot!" exclaimed the harvester, but he started home. When he arrived, he attended to his work and then sat down to think. "Doc is right," was his ultimate conclusion. "She can't leave the city. She can't move around in it. She can't go anywhere without being seen. There's one more point. I must tell Carrie to post all the doctors to report if they have such a call. That's all I can think of. I'll go tonight, and then I'll look over the ginseng for parasites, and tomorrow I'll dive into the late spring growth and work until I haven't time to think. I've let Cranesbill get a week past me now, and it can't be dispensed with." So the following morning, when the harvester had completed his work at the cabin and barn and breakfasted, he took a mattock and a big hempen bag and followed the path to the top of the hill. As it ran along the lake bank, he descended on the other side to several acres of cleared land, where he raised corn for his stock, potatoes, and coarser garden truck, for which there was not space in the smaller enclosure close the cabin. Around the edges of these fields, and where one of them sloped toward the lake, he began grubbing a variety of grass having tall stems already over a foot in height at half growth. From each stem waved 4 or 5 leaves of 6 or 8 inches length, and the top showed forming clusters of tiny spikelets. "I am none too early for you," he muttered to himself as he ran the mattock through the rich earth, lifting the long, tough, jointed root stalks of pale yellow, from every section of which broke sprays of fine rootlets. "None too early for you, and as you are worth only 7 cents a pound, you couldn't be considered a get-rich-quick expedient. So I'll only stop long enough with you to gather what I think my customers will order, and amass a fortune a little later picking mullein flowers at 75 cents a pound. What a crop I've got coming!" The harvester glanced ahead, where in the cleared soil of the bank grew large plants with leaves like yellow-green felt and tall bloom stems rising. Close them flourished other species requiring dry sandy soil, that gradually changed as it approached the water until it became covered with rank abundance of short wiry grass, half the blades of which appeared red. Numerous everywhere he could see the grayish-white leaves of Parnassus grass. As the season advanced, it would lift heart-shaped velvet higher, and before fall the stretch of emerald would be starred with white-faced, green-striped flowers. "Not a prettier sight on earth," commented the harvester, "than just swale wire grass in September, making a fine thick background to set off those delicate starry flowers on their slender stems. I must remember to bring her to see that." His eyes followed the growth to the water. As the grass drew closer moisture, it changed to the rank, sweet swamp variety. Then came bulrushes, cattails, water smartweed, docks, and in the water blue flag lifted folded buds. At its feet arose yellow lily leaves, and farther out spread the white. As the light struck the surface, the harvester imagined he could see the little green buds several inches below. Above all arose wild rice he had planted for the birds. The redwings swayed in the willows and tilted on every stem that would bear their weight, singing their melodious half-chanted notes, "Okali." Beneath them the ducks gobbled, splashed, and chattered. Grebe and coot voices could be distinguished. King-rails at times flashed into sight and out again. Marsh wrens scolded and chattered. Occasionally a kingfisher darted around the lake-shore, rolling his rattling cry and flashing his azure coat and gleaming white collar. On a hollow tree in the woods a yellowhammer proved why he was named, because he carpentered industriously to enlarge the entrance to the home he was excavating in a dead tree. And sailing over the lake and above the woods, in grace scarcely surpassed by any, a lonesome turkey buzzard awaited his mate's decision as to which hollow log was most suitable for their home. The harvester stuffed the grass roots in the bag until it would hold no more, and stood erect to wipe his face, for the sun was growing warm. As he drew his handkerchief across his brow, the south wind struck him with enough intensity to attract attention. Instantly the harvester removed his hat, rolled it up, and put it into his pocket. He stood an instant, delighting in the wind, and then spoke. "Allow me to express my most fervent thanks for your kindness," he said. "I thought probably you would take that message, since it couldn't mean much to you, and it meant all the world to me. I thought you would carry it, but, I confess, I scarcely expected the answer so soon. The only thing that could make me more grateful to you would be to know exactly where she is. But you must understand that it's like a peep into heaven to have her existence narrowed to one place. I'm bound to be able to say inside a few days she lives at number— I don't know yet. On street? I'll find out soon. In the closest city, Onabasha. And I know why you brought her, South Wind. If ever a girl's cheeks need fanning with your breezes, and painting with sun kisses, I wouldn't mind, since this is strictly private, adding a few of mine. If ever anyone needed flowers, birds, fresh air, water, and rest. Good Lord, South Wind, did you ever reach her before you carried that message? I think not. But Onabasha isn't so large. You and the sun should get your innings there. I do hope she's not trying to work. I can attend to that, and so there will be more time when she is found. I'd better hustle now." He picked up the bag and returned to the dry house, where he carefully washed the roots and spread them on the trays. Then he took the same bag and mattock, and going through the woods in the opposite direction, he came to a heavy growth in a cleared space of high ground. The bloom heads were forming, and the plant was half matured. The harvester dug a cylindrical, tapering root, wrinkling lengthwise, wiped it clean, broke and tasted it. He made a wry face. He stood examining the white wood with its brown-red bark, and, deciding that it was in prime condition, he began digging the plants. It was common wayside bouncing bet, but the harvester called it soapwort. He took every other plant in his way across the bed, and when he digged a heavy load he carried it home, stripped the leaves, and spread them on trays, while the roots he topped, washed, and put to dry also. Then he whistled for Belshazzar and went to lunch. As he passed down the road to the cabin, his face was a study of conflicting emotions, and his eyes had a far-away appearance of deep thought. Every tree of his stretch of forest was rustling fresh leaves to shelter him. Dogwood, wild crab, and hawthorn offered their flowers. Earth held up her tribute in painted trillium faces, spring beauties, and violets, blue, white, and yellow. Mosses, ferns, and lichen decorated the path. All the birds greeted him in friendship, and sang their purest melodies. The sky was blue, the sun bright, the air perfumed for him. Belshazzar, always true to his name, protected every footstep. Ajax, the shimmering green and gold wonder, came up the hill to meet him. The white doves circled above his head. Stumbling half blindly, the harvester passed unheeding among them, and went into the cabin. When he came out, he stood a long time in deep study, but at last he returned to the woods. "Perhaps they will have found her before night," he said. "I'll harvest the crane's bill yet, because it's growing late for it, and then I'll see how they are coming on. Maybe they'd know her if they met her, and maybe they wouldn't. She may wear different clothing and freshen up after her trip. She might have been car-sick, as Doc suggested, and appear very different when she feels better." He skirted the woods around the northeast end and stopped at a big bed of exquisite growth. Tall, wiry stems sprang upward almost 2 feet in height. Leaves 6 inches across were cut in ragged lobes almost to the base, and here and there enough to color the entire bed a delicate rose or sometimes a violet purple. The first flowers were unfolding. The harvester lifted a root and tasted it. "No doubt about you being an astringent," he muttered. "You have enough tannin in you to pucker a mushroom. By the way, those big corn-cobby fellows should spring up with the next warm rain, and the hotels and restaurants always pay high prices. I must gather a few bushels." He looked over the bed of beautiful wild alum and hesitated. "I vow I hate to touch you," he said. "You are a picture right now, and in a week you will be a miracle. It seems a shame to tear up a plant for its roots just at flowering time, and I can't avoid breaking down half I don't take, getting the ones I do. I wish you were not so pretty. You are one of the colors I love most. You remind me of redbud, blazing star, and all the exquisite magenta shades that poets, painters, and the Almighty who made them love so much they hesitate about using them lavishly. You are so delicate and graceful and so modest. I wish she could see you. I got to stop this, or I won't be able to lift a root. I never would if the 10 cents a pound I'll get out of it were the only consideration." The harvester gripped the mattock and advanced to the bed. "What I must be thinking is that you are indispensable to the sick folks. The steady demand for you proves your value, and, of course, humanity comes first, after all. If I remain in the woods alone much longer, I'll get to the place where I'm not so sure that it does. Seems as if animals, birds, flowers, trees, and insects as well, have their right to life also, but it's for me to remember the sick folks. If I thought the girl would get some of it now, I could overturn the bed with a stout heart. If anyone ever needed a tonic, I think she does. Maybe some of this will reach her. If it does, I hope it will make her cheeks just the lovely pink of the bloom. Oh, Lord, if only she hadn't appeared so sick and frightened. What is there in all this world of sunshine to make a girl glance around her like that? I wish I knew. Maybe they will have found her by night." The harvester began work on the bed, but he knelt, and among the damp leaves from the spongy black earth he lifted the roots with his fingers, and carefully straightened and pressed down the plants he did not take. This required more time than usual, but his heart was so sore he could not be rough with anything, most of all a flower. So he harvested the wild alum by hand, and heaped large stacks of roots around the edges of the bed. Often he paused as he worked, and on his knees stared through the forest as if he hoped perhaps she would realize his longing for her, and come to him in the wood as she had across the water. Over and over he repeated, "Perhaps they will find her by night," and that so intensified the meaning that once he said it aloud. His face clouded and grew dark. "Delish nice business," he said. "I am here in the woods digging flower roots, and a gang of men in the city are searching for the girl I love. If ever a job seemed peculiarly a man's own, it appears this would be. What business has any other man spying after my woman? Why am I not down there doing my own work, as I always have done it? Who's more likely to find her than I am? It seems as if there would be an instinct that would lead me straight to her, if I'd go, and you can wager I'll go fast enough." The harvester appeared as if he would start that instant, but with lips closely shut he finally forced himself to go on with his work. When he had rifled the bed, and uprooted all he cared to take during one season, he carried the roots to the lake shore below the curing house, and spread them on a platform he had built. He stepped into his boat and began dashing pails of water over them and using a brush. As he worked he washed away the woody scars of last year's growth and the tiny buds appearing for the coming season. Belshazzar sat on the opposite bank and watched the operation, and Ajax came down and, flying to a dead stump, erected and slowly waved his train to attract the sober-faced man, who paid no heed. He left the roots to drain while he prepared supper, then placed them on the trays, now filled to overflowing, and was glad he had finished. He could not cure anything else at present if he wanted to. He was as far advanced as he had been at the same time the previous year. Then he dressed neatly, and locking the girl's room, and leaving Belshazzar to protect it, he went to Onabasha. "Bravo!" cried Dr. Carey as the harvester entered his office. "You are heroic to wait all day for news. How much stuff have you gathered?" "3 crops. How many missing women have you located?" The doctor laughed. There was no sign of a smile on the face of the harvester. "You didn't really expect her to come to light the first day. That would be too easy. We can't find her in a minute." "It will be no surprise to me if you can't find her at all. I am not expecting another man to do what I don't myself." "You are not hunting her. You are harvesting the woods. The men you employ are to find her." "Maybe I am, and maybe I am not," said the harvester slowly. "To me it appears to be a poor stick of a man who coolly proceeds with money-making, and trusts to men who haven't even seen her to search for the girl he loves. I think a few hours of this is about all my patience will endure." "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," said the harvester, "but you can bank on one thing sure. I'm going to do something. I've had my fill of this. Thank you for all you've done, and all you are going to do. My head is not clear enough yet to decide anything with any sense, but maybe I'll hit on something soon. I'm for the streets for a while." "Better go home and go to bed. You seem very tired." "I am," said the harvester. "The only way to endure this is to work myself down. I'm all right, and I'll be careful, but I rather think I'll find her myself." Better go on with your work as we planned." "I'll think about it," said the harvester as he went out. Until he was too tired to walk farther, he slowly paced the streets of the city, and then followed the home road through the valley and up the hill to Medicine Woods. When he came to Singing Water, Belshazzar heard his steps on the bridge, and came bounding to meet him. The harvester stretched himself on a seat and turned his face to the sky. It was a deep, dark blue bowl, closely set with stars, and a bright moon shed a soft May radiance on the young earth. The lake was flooded with light, and the big trees of the forest crowning the hill were silver coroneted. The unfolding leaves had hidden the new cabin from the bridge, but the driveway shone white, and already the upspringing bushes hedged it in. Insects were humming lazily in the perfumed night air, and across the lake a courting whippoorwill was explaining to his sweetheart just how much and why he loved her. A few bats were wavering in air hunting insects, and occasionally an owl or a nighthawk crossed the lake. Killdeer were glorying in the moonlight and night flight, and cried in pure, clear notes as they sailed over the water. The harvester was tired and filled with unrest as he stretched on the bridge, but the longer he lay, the more the enfolding voices comforted him. All of them were waiting and working out their lives to the legitimate end. There was nothing else for him to do. He need not follow instinct or profit by chance. He was a man. He could plan and reason. The air grew balmy, and some big soft clouds swept across the moon. The harvester felt the dampness of rising dew, and went to the cabin. He looked at it long in the moonlight, and told himself that he could see how much the plants, vines, and ferns had grown since the previous night. Without making a light, he threw himself on the bed in the outdoor room, and lay looking through the screening at the lake and sky. He was working his brain to think of some manner in which to start a search for the dream girl that would have some probability of success to recommend it, but he could settle on no feasible plan. At last he fell asleep, and in the night soft rain wet his face. He pulled an oilcloth sheet over the bed, and lay breathing deeply of the damp, perfumed air as he again slept. In the morning, brilliant sunshine awoke him, and he arose to find the earth steaming. "If ever there was a perfect mushroom day," he said to Belshazzar, "we must hurry and feed the stock and ourselves, and gather some. They mean real money." End of section 6. Section 7. The Quest of the Dream Girl. The harvester breakfasted, fed the stock, hitched Betsy to the spring wagon, and went into the dripping, steamy woods. If anyone had asked him that morning concerning his idea of heaven, he never would have dreamed of describing a place of gold-paved streets, crystal pillars, jeweled gates, and thrones of ivory. These things were beyond the man's comprehension, and he would not have admired or felt at home in such magnificence if it had been materialized for him. He would have told you that a floor of last year's brown leaves, studded with myriad flower faces, big bark-encased pillars of 1,000 years, jewels on every bush, shrub, and tree, and tilting thrones on which gaudy birds almost burst themselves to voice the joy of life, while their bright-eyed little mates peered questioningly at him over nest rims. He would have told you that Medicine Woods, on a damp, sunny May morning, was heaven. And he would have added that only one angel, tall and slender, with the pink of health on her cheeks and the dew of happiness in her dark eyes, was necessary to enter and establish glory. Everything spoke to him that morning, but the harvester was silent. It had been his habit to talk constantly to Belshazzar, Ajax, his work, even the winds and perfumes. It had been his method of dissipating solitude. But today he had no words, even for these dear friends. He only opened his soul to beauty, and steadily climbed the hill to the crest, and then down the other side to the rich, half-shaded, half-open spaces, where big, rough mushrooms sprang in a night similar to the one just past. He could see them awaiting him from afar. He began work with rapid fingers, being careful to break off the heads, but not to pull up the roots. When 4 heaping baskets were filled, he cut heavily leaved branches to spread over them, and started to Onabasha. As usual, Belshazzar rode beside him, and questioned the harvester when he politely suggested to Betsy that she make a little haste. "Have you forgotten that mushrooms are perishable?" he asked. "If we don't get these to the city all woodsy and fresh, we can't sell them. Wonder where we can do the best. The hotels pay well. Really, the biggest prices could be had by—" Then the harvester threw back his head and began to laugh, and he laughed, and he laughed. A crow on the fence joined him, and a kingfisher, heading for Loon Lake, and then Belshazzar caught the infection. "Begorry, the very idea!" cried the harvester. "Heaven helps them that help themselves. Now you just watch us maneuver for assistance, Belshazzar, old boy. Here we go." Then the laugh began again. It continued all the way to Onabasha, and even into the city. The harvester drove through the most prosperous street until he reached the residence district. At the first home he stopped, gave the lines to Belshazzar, and, taking a basket of mushrooms, went up the walk and rang the bell. "All groceries should be delivered at the back door," snapped a pert maid, before he had time to say a word. The harvester lifted his hat. "Will you kindly tell the lady of the house that I wish to speak with her?" "What name, please?" "I want to show her some fine mushrooms, freshly gathered," he answered. How she did it the harvester never knew. The first thing he realized was that the door had closed before his face, and the basket had been picked deftly from his fingers, and was on the other side. After a short time the maid returned. "What do you want for them, please?" The last thing on earth the harvester wanted to do was to part with those mushrooms, so he took one long speculative look down the hall, and named a price he thought would be prohibitive. $1 a dozen. "How many are there?" "I count them as I sell them. I do not know." The door closed again. Presently it opened, and the maid knelt on the floor before him and counted the mushrooms one by one into a dishpan, and in a few minutes brought back $7.50. The chagrined harvester, feeling like a thief, put the money in his pocket and turned away. "I was to tell you," said she, "that you are to bring all you have to sell here, and the next time please go to the kitchen door." "Must be fond of mushrooms," said the disgruntled harvester. "They are a great delicacy, and there are visitors." The harvester ached to set the girl to one side and walk through the house, but he did not dare, so he returned to the street, whistled to Betsy to come, and went to the next gate. Here he hesitated. Should he risk further snubbing at the front door, or go back at once? If he did, he would only see a maid. As he stood an instant debating, the door of the house he had just left opened, and the girl ran after him. "If you have more, we will take them," she called. The harvester gasped for breath. They have to be used at once, he suggested.
She knows that. She wants to treat her friends.
Well, she's got enough for a banquet, he said. I don't usually sell more than a dozen or two in one place.
I don't see why you can't let her have them if you have more.
Perhaps I have orders to fill for regular customers, suggested the harvester.
And perhaps you haven't, said the maid. You ought to be ashamed not to let people who are willing to pay your outrageous prices have them. It's regular highway robbery.
Possibly that's the reason I declined to hold up one party twice, said the harvester as he entered the gate and went up the walk to the front door.
You should be taught your place, called the maid after him.
The harvester again rang the bell. Another maid opened the door, and once more he asked to speak with the lady of the house. As the girl turned, a handsome old woman in cap and morning gown came down the stairs.
"What have you there?" she asked.
The harvester lifted the leaves and exposed the musky, crimpled, big mushrooms.
"Oh!" she cried in delight. "Indeed, yes. We are very fond of them. I will take the basket, and divide with my sons. You are sure you have no poisonous ones among them?"
"Quite sure," said the harvester faintly.
"How much do you want for the basket?"
"They are $1 a dozen. I haven't counted them."
"Dear me, isn't that rather expensive?"
"It is, very," said the harvester. "So expensive that most people don't think of taking over a dozen. They are large and very rich, so they go a long way."
"I suppose you have to spend a great deal of time hunting them? It does seem expensive, but they are fresh, and the boys are so fond of them. I'm not often extravagant. I'll just take the lot. Sarah, bring a pan."
Again the harvester stood and watched an entire basket counted over and carried away, and he felt the robber he had been called as he took the money. At the next house he had learned a lesson. He carpeted a basket with leaves and counted out a dozen and a half into it, leaving the remainder in the wagon. 3 blocks on one side of the street exhausted his store, and he was showered with orders. He had not seen anyone that even resembled a dark-eyed girl. As he came from the last house a big red motor shot past, and then suddenly slowed and backed beside his wagon.
"What in the name of sense are you doing?" demanded Dr. Carey.
"Invading the residence district of Onabasha," said the harvester. "Madam, would you like some nice, fresh country mushrooms? I guarantee that there are no poisonous ones among them, and they were gathered this morning. Considering their rarity and the difficult work of collecting, they are exceedingly low at my price. I am offering these for $5 a dozen, madam, and for mercy's sake don't take them, or I'll have no excuse to go to the next house." The doctor stared, then understood, and began to laugh. When at last he could speak, he said, "David, I'll bet you started with 3 bushels and began at the head of this street, and they are all gone." "Put up a good one," said the harvester. "You win. The first house I tried they ordered me to the back door, took a market basket full away from me by force, tried to buy the load, and I didn't see anyone save a maid." The doctor lay on the steering gear and faintly groaned. The harvester regarded him sympathetically. "Isn't it a crime?" he questioned. "Mushrooms are a no-go. I can see that. Or rather, they are entirely too much of a go. I never saw anything in such demand. I must seek a less popular article for my purpose. Tomorrow look out for me. I shall begin where I left off today, but I will have changed my product."
"David, for pity's sake!" peeped the doctor.
"What do I care how I do it, so I locate her?" superbly inquired the harvester.
"But you won't find her," gasped the doctor.
I've come as close it as you so far, anyway," said the harvester. "Your mushrooms are on the desk in your office." He drove slowly up and down the streets until Betsy wabbled on her legs. Then he left her to rest, and walked until he wabbled, and by that time it was dark, so he went home. At the first hint of dawn he was at work the following morning. With loaded baskets closely covered, he started to Onabasha, and began where he had quit the day before. This time he carried a small, crudely fashioned bark basket, leaf-covered, and he rang at the front door with confidence. Everyone seemed to have a maid in that part of the city, for a freshly capped and aproned girl opened the door. "Are there any young women living here?" blandly inquired the harvester. "What's that of your business?" demanded the maid. The harvester flushed, but continued, "I am offering something especially intended for young women. If there are none, I will not trouble you." "There are several." "Will you please ask them if they would care for bouquets of violets, fresh from the woods?" "How much are they, and how large are the bunches?" "Prices differ, and they are the right size to appear well. They had better see for themselves." The maid reached for the basket, but the harvester drew back. "I keep them in my possession," he said. "You may take a sample." He lifted the leaves and drew forth a medium-sized bunch of long-stemmed blue violets, with their leaves. The flowers were fresh, crisp, and strong odors of the woods arose from them. "Oh!" cried the maid. "Oh, how lovely!" She hurried away with them and returned carrying a purse. "I want 2 more bunches," she said. "How much are they?" "Are the girls who want them dark or fair?" "What difference does that make?" "I have blue violets for blondes, yellow for brunettes, and white for the others." "Well, I never! 1 is fair, and 2 have brown hair and blue eyes." "1 blue and 2 whites," said the harvester calmly, as if matching women's hair and eyes with flowers were an inherited vocation. "They are 20 cents a bunch." "Aha!" he chortled to himself as he whistled to Betsy. "At last we have it. There are no dark-eyed girls here. Now we are making headway." Down the street he went, with varying fortune, but with patience and persistence at every house he at last managed to learn whether there was a dark-eyed girl. There did not seem to be many. Long before his store of yellow violets was gone, the last blue and white had disappeared, but he calmly went on asking for dark-eyed girls, and explaining that all the blue and white were taken, because fair women were most numerous. At one house, the owner, who reminded the harvester of his mother, came to the door. He uncovered, and in his suavest tones inquired if a brunette young woman lived there, and if she would like a nosegay of yellow violets. "Well, bless my soul!" cried she. "What is this world coming to? Do you mean to tell me that there are now able-bodied men offering at our doors flowers to match our girls' complexions?" "Yes, madam," said the harvester gravely, "and also selling them as fast as he can show them, at prices that make a profit very well worth while. I had an equal number of blue and white, but I see the dark girls are very much in the minority. The others were gone long ago, and now I have flowers to offer brunettes only." "Well, forevermore! And you don't call that fiddlin' business for a big, healthy young man?" The harvester's gay laugh was infectious. "I do not," he said. "I have to start as soon as I can see, tramp long distances in wet woods and gather the violets on my knees, make them into bunches, and bring them here in water to keep them fresh. I have another occupation. I only kill time on these. But I would be ashamed to tell you what I have gotten for them this morning.
Huh, I'm glad to hear it, said the woman. Shame in some form is a sign of grace. I have no use for a human being without a generous supply of it. There is a very beautiful dark-eyed girl in the house, and I will take 2 bunches for her. How much are they? I have only 3 remaining, said the harvester. Would you like to allow her to make her own selection? When I'm giving things, I usually take my choice. I want that and that one. As my stock is so nearly out, I'll make the 2 for 20, said the harvester. Won't you accept the last one from me, because you remind me just a little of my mother? I will indeed, said she. Thank you very much. I shall love to have them as dearly as any of the girls. I used to gather them when I was a child, but I almost never see the blue ones any more, and I don't know as I ever expected to see a yellow violet again as long as I live. Where did you get them? In my woods, said the harvester. You see, I grow several members of the viola pedata family, bird's foot, snake, and wood violet, and 3 of the odorata, English, marsh, and sweet, for our big drug houses. They use the flowers in making delicate tests for acids and alkalis. The entire plant, flower, seed, leaf, and root, goes into different remedies. The beds seed themselves and spread, so I have more than I need for the chemists, and I sell a few. I don't use the white and yellow in my business. I just grow them for their beauty. I also sell my surplus lilies of the valley. Would you like to order some of them for your house, or more violets for tomorrow? Well, bless my soul! Do you mean to tell me that lilies of the valley are medicine? The harvester laughed. I grow immense beds of them in the woods on the banks of Loon Lake, he said. They are the convallaris majalis of the drug houses, and I scarcely know what the weak-hearted people would do without them. I use large quantities in trade, and this season I am selling a few because people so love them. Lilies and medicine, well, dear me, are roses good for our innards, too? Then the harvester did laugh. I imagine the roses, you know, go into perfumes mostly, he answered. They do make medicine of Canadian rock rose and rose bay, laurel and willow. I grow the bushes, but they are not what you would consider roses. I wonder now, said the woman, studying the harvester closely, if you are not that queer genius I've heard of, who spends his time hunting and growing stuff in the woods, and people call him the medicine man. I strongly suspect, madam, I am that man, said the harvester. Well, bless me, cried she. I've always wanted to see you, and here when I do, you look just like anybody else. I thought you'd have long hair, and be wild-eyed and ferocious, and your talk sounds like out of a book. Well, that beats me. Me too, said the harvester, lifting his hat. You don't want any lilies tomorrow, then? Yes, I do. Medicine or no medicine, I've always liked them, and I'm going to keep on liking them. If you can bring me a good-sized bunch after the weak-kneed— Weak-hearted, corrected the harvester. Well, weak-hearted, then. It's all the same thing. If you've got any left, as I was saying, you can fetch them to me for the smell. The harvester laughed all the way downtown. Then he went to Dr. Carey's office, examined a directory, and got the names of all the numbers where he had sold yellow violets. A few questions when the doctor came in settled all of them, but the flower scheme was better. Because the yellow were not so plentiful as the white and blue, next day he added buttercups and cowslips to his store for the dark girls. When he had rifled his beds for the last time, after 3 weeks of almost daily trips to town, and had paid high prices to small boys he set searching the adjoining woods until no more flowers could be found, he drove from the outskirts of the city one day toward the hospital, and as he stopped, down the street came Dr. Carey,
frantically waving to him. As the big car slackened,
"Come on, David, quick! I've seen her!" cried the doctor.
The harvester jumped from the wagon, threw the lines to Belshazzar, and landed in the panting car. "For heaven's sake, where? Are you sure?" The car went speeding down the street. A policeman beckoned and cried after it. "It won't do any good to get arrested, Doc," cautioned the harvester.
"Now, right along here," panted Dr. Carey. "Watch both sides sharply. If I stop, you jump out, and tell the blamed policemen to get at their job. The party they are hired to find is right under their noses."
The harvester began to perspire. "Doc, don't you think you should tell me? Maybe she is in some store. Maybe I could do better on foot."
"Shut up!" growled the doctor. "I am doing the best I know."
He hurried up the street for blocks and back again, and at last stopped before a large store and went in. When he returned, he drove to the hospital, and together they entered the office. There he turned to the harvester.
"It isn't so hard to understand you now, my boy," he said. "Shades of Diana, but she'll be a beauty when she gets a little more flesh and color. She came out of Whitlaw's and walked right to the crossing. I almost could have touched her, but I didn't notice. 2 girls passed before me, and in hurrying, a tall, dark one knocked off one of your bunches of yellow violets. She glanced at it and laughed, but let it lay. Then your girl hesitated, stooped, and picked it up. The crazy policeman yelled at me to clear the crossing, and it didn't hit me for half a block how tall and white she was, and how dark her eyes were. I was just thinking about her picking up the flowers, and that it was queer for her to do it, when, like a brick, it hit me. That's David's girl. I tried to turn around, but you know what Main Street is in the middle of the day. And those idiots of policemen, they ordered me on, and I couldn't turn for a streetcar coming, so I called to one of them that the girl we wanted was down the street, and he looked at me like an addle-pate and said, 'What girl? Move on or you'll get in a jam here.' You can use me for a football if I don't go back and smash him. Paid him $5 myself less than 2 weeks ago to keep his eyes open. To keep his eyes open," panted the doctor, shaking his fist at David. "Yes, sir, to keep his eyes open. And he motioned for things to come along, and so I lost her too."
"I think we had better go back to the street," said the harvester.
"Oh, I'd been back and forth along that street for nearly an hour before I gave up and came here to see if I could find you, and we've hunted it an hour more. What's the use? She's gone for this time, but by gum I saw her, and she was worth seeing."
"Did she appear ill to you?"
The doctor dropped on a chair and threw out his hands hopelessly. "This was awful sudden, David," he said. "I was going along as I told you, and I noticed her stop and thought she had a good head to wait a second instead of running in before me, and there came those 2 girls right under the car from the other side. I only had a glimpse of her as she stooped for the flowers. I saw a big braid of hair, but I was half a block away before I got it all connected, and then came the crush in the street, and I was blocked." The doctor broke down and wiped his face and expressed his feelings unrestrainedly.
"Don't," said the harvester patiently. "It's no use to feel so badly, Doc. I know what you would give to have found her for me. I know you did all you could. I let her escape me. We will find her yet. It's glorious news that she's in the city. It gives me heart to hear that. Can't you just remember if she seemed ill?"
The doctor meditated. "She wasn't the tallest girl I ever saw," he said slowly, "but she was the tallest girl to be pretty. She had on a white waist and a gray skirt and black hat. Her eyes and hair were like you said, and she was plain, white-faced, in a hue that might possibly be natural, and it might be confinement and bad light and air and poor food. She didn't seem sick, but she isn't well. There is something the matter with her, but it's not immediate or dangerous. She appeared like a flower that had gotten a little moisture and sprouted in a cellar." "You saw her all right," said the harvester, "and I think your diagnosis is correct, too. That's the way she seemed to me. I've thought she needed sun and air. I told the south wind so the other day." "Why, you blame fool!" cried the doctor. "Is this thing going to your head? Say, I forgot. There is something else. I traced her in the store. She was at the embroidery counter, and she bought some silk. If she ever comes again, the clerk is going to hold her and telephone me, or get her address if she has to steal it. Oh, we are getting there. We will have her pretty soon now. You ought to feel better just to know that she is in town and that I've seen her." "I do," said the harvester. "Indeed, I do." "It can't be much longer," said the doctor. "She's got to be located soon. But those policemen, I wouldn't give a nickel for the lot. I'll bet she's walked over them for 2 weeks. If I were you, I'd discharge the bunch. They'd be peacefully asleep if she passed them. If they had let me alone, I'd have had her. I could have turned around easily. I've been in dozens of closer places." "Don't worry, Doc. This can't last much longer. She's of and in the city, or she wouldn't have picked up the flowers. Doc, are you sure they were mine?" "Yes, half the girls have been tricked out in yours the past 2 weeks. I can spot them as far as I can see." "Dear Lord, that's getting close," said the harvester intensely. "Seems as if the violets would tell her." "Now cut out flowers talking and the south wind," ordered the doctor. "This is business. The violets prove something all right, though. If she was in the country, she could gather plenty herself. She is working at sewing in some room in town, either over a store or in a house. If she hadn't been starved for flowers, she never would have stopped for them on the street. I could see just a flash of hesitation, but she wanted them too much. David, one bouquet will go in water and be cared for a week. Man, it's getting close. This does seem like a link." "Since you say it, possibly I dare agree with you," said the harvester. "How near are you through with that canvas of yours?" "About 3/4. "Well, I'd go on with it. After all, we've got to find her ourselves, those senile policemen."
"I am going on with it. You needn't worry about that. But I've got to change to other flowers. I've stripped the violet beds. There's quite a crop of berries coming, but they are not ripe yet, and a tragedy to pick. The pond lilies are just beginning to open by the thousand. The lake border is blue with sweet flag that is lovely, and the marsh pale gold with cowslips. The ferns are prime, and the woods solid sheets of every color of bloom. I believe I'll go ahead with the wild flowers."
"I would, too. David, you do feel better, don't you?"
"I certainly do, Doctor. Surely it won't be long now."
The harvester was so hopeful that he whistled and sang on the return to Medicine Woods, and that night, for the first time in many days, he sat long over a candlestick, and took a farewell peep into her room before he went to bed. The next day he worked with all his might, harvesting the last remnants of early spring herbs, in the dry room and storehouse, and on furniture and candlesticks. Then he went back to flower gathering, and every day offered bunches of exquisite wood and field flowers, and white and gold water lilies, from door to door. 3 weeks later, the harvester, perceptibly thin, pale, and worried, entered the office. He sank into a chair and groaned wearily.
"Isn't this the bitterest luck?" he cried. "I've finished the town. I've almost walked off my legs. I've sold flowers by the million, but I've not had a sight of her."
"It's been almost a tragedy with me," said the doctor gloomily. "I've killed 2 dogs and grazed a baby because I was watching the sidewalks instead of the street. What are you going to do now?" "I'm going home and bring up the work to the July mark. I'm going to take it easy and rest a few days so I can think more clearly. I don't know what I'll try next. I've punched up the depot and the policeman again. When I get something new thought out, I'll let you know." Then he began emptying his pockets of money and heaping it on the table. Small coins, bills, big and little. "What on earth is that?" "That," said the harvester, giving the heap a shove of contempt, "that is the price of my pride and humiliation. That is what it cost people who allowed me to cheek my way into their homes, and rob them, as one maid said, for my own purpose. Doc, where on earth does all the money come from? In almost every house I entered, women had it to waste, in many cases to throw away. I never saw so much, paid for nothing, in all my life. That whole heap is from mushrooms and flowers." "What are you piling it there for?" "For your free ward. I don't want a penny of it. I wouldn't keep it, not if I was starving." "Why, David, you couldn't compel anyone to buy. You offered something they wanted, and they paid what you asked." "Yes, and to keep them from buying, and to make the stuff go farther, I named prices to shame a shark. When I think of that mushroom deal I can feel my face burn. I've made the search I wanted to, and I'm satisfied that I can't find her that way. I have kept up my work at home between times. I am not out of anything but my time, and it isn't fair to plunder the city to pay that. Take that cussed money and put it where I'll never see or hear of it. Do anything you please, except to ask me ever to profit by a cent. When I wash my hands after touching it for the last time, maybe I'll feel better." "You are a fanatic." "If getting rid of that is being a fanatic, I am proud of the title. You can't imagine what I've been through." "Can't I, though?" laughed the doctor. "In work of that kind you get into every variety of place, and some of it is new to you. Never mind. No one can contaminate you. It is the law that only a man can degrade himself. Knowing things will not harm you. Doing them is a different matter. What you know will be a protection. What you do ruins, if it is wrong. You are not harmed, you are only disgusted. Think it over, and in a few days come back and get your money. It is strictly honest. You earned every cent of it." "If you ever speak of it again or force it on me, I'll take it home and throw it into the lake." He went after Betsy and slowly drove to Medicine Woods. Belshazzar, on the seat beside him, recognized a silent, disappointed master, and whimpered as he rubbed the harvester's shoulder to attract his attention. "This is tough luck, old boy," said the harvester. "I had such hopes, and I worked so hard. I suffered in the flesh for every hour of it, and I failed. Oh, but I hate the word. If I knew where she is right now, Belle, I'd give anything I've got. But there's no use to wail and get sorry for myself. That's against the law of common decency. I'll take a swim, sleep it off, straighten up the herbs a little, and go at it again, old fellow. That's a man's way. She's somewhere, and she's got to be found, no matter what it costs." End of section 7. Section 8. Belshazzar's Record Point. The harvester set the neglected cabin in order. Then he carefully and deftly packed all his dried herbs, barks, and roots. Next came carrying the couch grass, wild alum, and soapwort into the storeroom.
Then followed July herbs. He first went to his beds of foxglove, because the tender leaves of the second year should be stripped from them at flowering time, and that usually began 2 weeks earlier. But his bed lay in a shaded, damp location, and the tall bloom stalks were only in half flower, their pale lavender making an exquisite picture. It paid to collect those leaves, so the harvester hastily stripped the amount he wanted. Yarrow was beginning to bloom, and he gathered as much as he required, taking the whole plant. That only brought a few cents a pound, but it was used entire, so the weight made it worth while. Catnip tops and leaves were also ready. As it grew in the open and dry soil, and the beds had been weeded that spring, he could gather great armloads of it with a sickle, but he had to watch the swarming bees. He left the male fern and mullein until the last for different reasons. On the damp, cool, rocky hillside, beneath deep shade of big forest trees, grew the ferns, their long, graceful fronds waving softly. Tree toads sang on the cool rocks beneath them. Chawinks nested under gnarled roots among them. Rose-breasted grosbeaks sang in grapevines, clambering over the thickets, and Singing Water ran close beside. So the harvester left digging these roots until nearly the last, because he so disliked to disturb the bed. He could not have done it if he had not been forced. All of the demand for his fern never could be supplied. Of his products, none was more important to the harvester because this formed the basis of one of the oldest and most reliable remedies for little children. The fern had to be gathered with especial care, deteriorated quickly, and no staple was more subject to adulteration. So he kept his bed intact, lifted the roots at the proper time, carefully cleaned without washing, rapidly dried in currents of hot air, and shipped them in bottles to the trade. He charged and received 15 cents a pound, where careless and indifferent workers got 10. On the banks of Singing Water, at the head of the fern bed, the harvester stood under a gray beech tree and looked down the swaying length of delicate green. He was lean and rapidly bronzing, for he seldom remembered a head covering, because he loved the sweep of the wind in his hair. "I hate to touch you," he said. "How I wish she could see you before I begin. If she did, probably she would say it was a sin, and then I never could muster courage to do it at all. I'd give a small farm to know if those violets revived for her. I was crazy to ask Doc if they were wilted, but I hated to. If they were from the ones I gathered that morning, they should have been all right." A tree toad dared him to come on. A chipmunk grew saucy as the harvester bent to an unloved task. If he stripped the bed as closely as he dared and not injure it, he could not fill half his orders. So, deftly and with swift, skillful fingers and an earnest face, he worked. Belshazzar came down the hill on a rush, nose to earth, and began hunting among the plants. He could never understand why his loved master was so careless as to go to work before he had pronounced it safe. When the fern bed was finished, the harvester took time to make a trip to town, but there was no word waiting him, so he went to the mullein. It lay on a sunny hillside beyond the couch grass, and joined a few small fields, the only cleared land of the 600 acres of Medicine Woods. Over rocks and little hills and hollows spread the pale grayish-yellow of the green leaves, and from 5 to 7 feet arose the flower stems, while the entire earth between was covered with rosettes of young plants. Belshazzar went before to give warning if any big rattlers curled in the sun on the hillside, and after him followed the harvester, cutting leaves in heaps. That was warm work, and he covered his head with a floppy old straw hat, with wet grass in the crown, and stopped occasionally to rest. He loved that yellow-faced hillside, because so much of his reaping lay in the shade, and commonly his feet sank in dead leaves and damp earth. The change was a rest. He cheerfully stubbed his toes on rocks, and endured the heat without complaint. It appeared to him as if a member of every species of butterfly he knew wavered down the hillside. There were golden-brown Danaes, with their black striped wings, jetty troilus, with an attempt at trailers, big asterias, velvety black with longer trails and wide bands of yellow dots. Senia were the most numerous of all, and to the harvester wonderfully attractive, in rich, subdued colors with a wealth of markings and eye spots. Many small moths, with transparent wings and noses red as blood, flashed past him hunting pollen. Goldfinches, intent on thistlebloom, wavered through the air trailing mellow, happy notes behind them, and often a hummingbird visited the mullein. On the lake wild life splashed and chattered incessantly, and sometimes the harvester paused, and stood with arms heaped with leaves, to interpret some unusually appealing note of pain or anger, or some very attractive melody. The redwings were swarming, the killdeers busy, and he thought of the dream girl and smiled. "I wonder if she would like this," he mused. When the mullein leaves were deep on the trays of the dry house, he began on the bloom, and that was a task he loved. Just to lay off the beds in swaths, and follow them, deftly picking the stamens and yellow petals from the blooms. These he would dry speedily in hot air, bottle, and send at once to big laboratories. The listed price was 75 cents a pound, but the beautiful golden bottles of the harvester always brought more. The work was worth while, and he liked the location and gathering of this particular crop. For these reasons he always left it until the last, and then reveled in the gold of sunshine, bird, butterfly, and flower. Several days were required to harvest the mullein, and during the time the man worked with nimble fingers, while his brain was intensely occupied with the question of what to do next in his search for the girl. When the work was finished, he went to the deep wood to take a peep at acres of thrifty ginseng, and he was satisfied as he surveyed the big bed. Long years he had labored diligently. Soon came the reward. He had not realized it before, but as he studied the situation, he saw that he either must begin this harvest at once or employ help. If he waited until September, he could not gather 1/3 of the crop alone. "But the roots will weigh less if I take them now," he argued, "and I can work at nothing in comfort until I have located her. I will go on with my search and allow the ginseng to grow that much heavier. What a picture! It is folly to disturb this now, for I will lose the seed of every plant I dig, and that is worth almost as much as the root. It is a question whether I want to furnish the market with seed, and so raise competition for my bed. I think, be jabbers, that I'll wait for this harvest until the seed is ripe, and then bury part of a head where I dig a root, as the Indians did. That's the idea. The more I grow, the more money, and I may need considerable for her. One thing I'd like to know, are these plants cultivated? All the books quote the wild at highest rates, and all I've ever sold was wild. The start grew here naturally. What I added from the surrounding country was wild, but through and among it I've sown seed I bought, and I've tended it with every care. but this is deep wood and wild conditions. I think I have a perfect right to so label it. I'll ask Doc. And another thing, I'll go through the woods west of Onabasha, where I used to find ginseng, and see if I can get a little and then take the same amount of plants grown here and make a test. That way I can discover any difference before I go to market. This is my gold mine, and that point is mighty important to me, so I'll go this very day. I used to find it in the woods northeast of town and on the land Jameson bought, west. Wonder if he lives there yet. He should have died of pure meanness long ago. I'll drive to the river and hunt along the bank. Early the following morning the harvester went to Onabasha and stopped at the hospital for news. Finding none, he went through town and several miles into the country on the other side, to a piece of lowland lying along the river bank, where he once had found and carried home to reset a big bed of ginseng. If he could get only a half-pound of roots from there now, they would serve his purpose. He went down the bank, Belshazzar at his heels, and at last found the place. Many trees had been cut, but there remained enough for shade. The fields bore the ragged, unattractive appearance of old. The harvester smiled grimly as he remembered that the man who lived there once had charged him for damage he might do to trees in driving across his woods, and boasted to his neighbors that a young fool was paying for the privilege of doing his grubbing. If Jameson had known what the roots he was so anxious to dispose of brought a pound on the market at that time, he would have been insane with anger. So the harvester's eyes were dancing with fun, and a wry grin twisted his lips as he clambered over the banks of the recently dredged river, and looked at its pitiful condition and straight muddy flow. "Appears to match the remainder of the Jameson property," he said. "I don't know who he is or where he came from, but he's no farmer. Perhaps he uses this land to corral the stock he buys until he can sell it again." He went down the embankment and began to search for the location where he formerly had found the ginseng. When he came to the place, he stood amazed, for from seed, roots, and plants he had missed, the growth had sprung up and spread, so that, at a rapid estimate, the harvester thought it contained at least 5 pounds, allowing for what it would shrink on account of being gathered early. He hesitated an instant, and thought of coming later, but the drive was long, and the loss would not amount to enough to pay for a second trip. About taking it, he never thought at all. He once had permission from the owner to dig all the shrubs, bushes, and weeds he desired from that stretch of woods, and had paid for possible damages that might occur. As he bent to the task, there did come a fleeting thought that the patch was weedless and in unusual shape for wild stuff. Then, with swift strokes of his light mattock, he lifted the roots, crammed them into his sack, whistled to Belshazzar, and going back to the wagon, drove away. Reaching home, he washed the ginseng and spread it on a tray to dry. The first time he wanted the mattock, he realized that he had left it lying where he had worked. It was an implement that he had directed a blacksmith to fashion to meet his requirements. No store contained anything half so useful to him. He had worked with it for years, and it just suited him, so there was nothing to do but go back. Betsy was too tired to return that day, so he planned to dig his ginseng with something else, finish his work the following morning, and get the mattock in the afternoon. "It's like a knife you've carried for years, or a gun," muttered the harvester. "I actually don't know how to get along without it. What made me so careless, I can't imagine. I never before in my life did a trick like that. I wonder if I hurried a little. I certainly was free to take it. He always wanted the stuff dug up. Of all the stupid tricks, Belshazzar, that was the worst. Now Betsy and a half-day of wasted time must pay for my carelessness. Since I have to go, I'll look a little farther. Maybe there is more. Those woods used to be full of it." According to this program, the next afternoon the harvester again walked down the embankment of the morning river and through the ragged woods to the place where the ginseng had been. He went forward, stepping lightly, as men of his race had walked the forest for ages, swerving to avoid boughs, and looking straight ahead. Contrary to his usual custom of coming to heel in a strange wood, Belshazzar suddenly darted around the man and took the path they had followed the previous day. The animal was performing his office in life. He had heard or scented something unusual. The harvester knew what that meant. He looked inquiringly at the dog, glanced around, and then at the earth. Belshazzar proceeded noiselessly at a rapid pace over the leaves. Suddenly the master saw the dog stop in a stiff point. Lifting his feet lightly and straining his eyes before him, the harvester passed a spice thicket and came in line. For 1 second he stood as rigid as Belshazzar. The next his right arm shot upward full length and began describing circles, his open palm heavenward, and into his face leapt a glorified expression of exultation. Face down in the rifled ginseng bed lay a sobbing girl. Her frame was long and slender. A thick coil of dark hair bound her head. A second more and the harvester bent and softly patted Belshazzar's head. The beast broke point and looked up. The man caught the dog's chin in a caressing grip, again touched his head, moved soundless lips, and waved toward the prostrate figure. The dog hesitated. The harvester made the same motions. Belshazzar softly stepped over the leaves, passed around the feet of the girl, and paused beside her, nose to earth, softly sniffing. In one moment she came swiftly to a sitting posture. "Oh!" she cried in a spasm of fright. Belshazzar reached an investigating nose and wagged an eager tail. "Why, you are a nice, friendly dog," said the trembling voice. He immediately verified the assertion by offering his nose for a kiss. The girl timidly laid a hand on his head. "Heaven knows I'm lonely enough to kiss a dog," she said. "But suppose you belong to the man who stole my ginseng and then ran away so fast he forgot his piece he digged with." Belshazzar pressed closer. "I am just killed, and I don't care whose dog you are," sobbed the girl. She threw her arms around Belshazzar's neck and laid her white face against his satiny shoulder. The harvester could endure no more. He took a step forward, his face convulsed with pain. "Please don't," he begged. "I took your ginseng. I'll bring it back tomorrow. There wasn't more than $25 or $30 worth. It doesn't amount to 1 tear." The girl arose so quickly, the harvester could not see how she did it. With a startled fright on her face, and the dark eyes swimming, she turned to him in one long look. Words rolled from the lips of the man in a jumble. Behind the tears there was a dull, expressionless blue in the girl's eyes, and her face was so white that it appeared blank. He began talking before she could speak, in an effort to secure forgiveness without condemnation. "You see, I grow it for a living on land I own, and I've always gathered all there was in the country, and no one cared. There never was enough in one place to pay, and no other man wanted to spend the time, and so I've always felt free to take it. Everyone knew I did, and no one ever objected before. Once I paid Henry Jameson for the privilege of cleaning it from these woods. That was 6 or 7 years ago, and it didn't occur to me that I wasn't at liberty to dig what has grown since. I'll bring it back at once, and pay you for the shrinkage from gathering it too early. There won't be much over £6 when it's dry. Please don't feel badly. Won't you trust me to return it, and make good the damage I've done?" The face of the harvester was eager, and his tones appealing, and he leaned forward trying to make her understand.
"Certainly," said the girl as she bent to pat the dog, while she dried her eyes under cover of the movement. "Certainly, it can make no difference."
But as the harvester drew a deep breath of relief, she suddenly straightened to a full height and looked straight at him.
"Oh, what is the use to tell a pitiful lie?" she cried. "It does make a difference. It makes all the difference in the world. I need that money. I need it unspeakably. I owe a debt I must pay. What did I understand you to say ginseng is worth?"
"If you will take a few steps," said the harvester, "and make yourself comfortable on this log in the shade, I will tell you all I know about it." The girl walked swiftly to the log indicated, seated herself, and waited. The harvester followed to a respectful distance. "I can't tell to an ounce what wet roots would weigh," he said as easily as he could command his voice to speak, with the heart in him beating wildly. "And of course they lose greatly in drying, but I've handled enough that I know the weight I carried home will come to £6 at the very least. Then you must figure on some loss, because I dug this before it really was ready. It does not reach full growth until September, and if it is taken too soon, there is a decrease in weight. I will make that up to you when I return it." The troubled eyes were gazing on his face intently, and the harvester studied them as he talked.
"You would think, then, there will be all of £6?"
"Yes," said the harvester, "closer 8. When I replace the shrinkage there is bound to be over 7.
"And how much did I understand you to say it brought a pound?"
"That all depends," answered he. "If you cure it yourself and dry it too much, you lose in weight. If you carry it in a small lot to the druggists of Onabasha, probably you will not get over $5 for it."
"5?"
It was a startled cry. "How much did you expect?" asked the harvester gently.
"Uncle Henry said he thought he could get 50 cents a pound for all I could find."
"If your uncle has learned at last that ginseng is a saleable article, he should know something about the price also. Will you tell me what he said, and how you came to think of gathering roots for the market?"
"There were men talking beneath the trees one Sunday afternoon about old times and hunting deer, and they spoke of people who made money long ago gathering roots and barks, and they mentioned one man who lived by it yet."
"Was his name Langston?"
"Yes, I remember, because I liked the name. I was so eager to earn something, and I can't leave here just now because Aunt Molly is very ill. So the thought came that possibly I could gather stuff worth money after my work was finished. I went out and asked questions. They said nothing brought enough to make it pay anyone except this ginseng plant, and the Langston man almost had stripped the country. Then Uncle said he used to get stuff here, and he might have got some of that. I asked what it was like, so they told me, and I hunted until I found that, and it seemed a quantity to me. Of course I didn't know it had to be dried. Uncle took a root I dug to a store, and they told him that it wasn't much used any more, but they would give him 50 cents a pound for it. What makes you think you can get $5?
"With your permission," said the harvester. He seated himself on the log, drew from his pocket an old pamphlet, and spreading it before her, ran a pencil along the line of a list of schedule prices for common drug roots and herbs. Because he understood, his eyes were very bright, and his voice a trifle crisp. A latent anger springing in his breast was a good curb for his emotions. He was closely acquainted with all of the druggists of Onabasha, and he knew that not one of them had offered less than standard prices for ginseng. "The reason I think so," he said gently, "is because growing it is the largest part of my occupation, and it was a staple with my father before me. I am David Langston, of whom you heard those men speak. Since I was a very small boy I have lived by collecting herbs and roots, and I get more for ginseng than anything else. Very early I tired of hunting other people's woods for herbs, so I began transplanting them to my own. I moved that bed out there 7 years ago. What you found has grown since, from roots I overlooked and seeds that fell at that time. Now do you think I am enough of an authority to trust my word on the subject?" There was not a change of expression on her white face.
"You surely should know," she said wearily, "and you could have no possible object in deceiving me. Please go on."
"Any country boy or girl can find ginseng, gather, wash, and dry it, and get $5 a pound. I can return yours tomorrow, and you can cure and take it to a druggist I will name you, and sell for that. But if you will allow me to make a suggestion, you can get more. Your roots are now on the trays of an evaporating house. They will dry to the proper degree desired by the trade, so that they will not lose an extra ounce in weight. And if I send them with my stuff to big wholesale houses I deal with, they will be graded with the finest wild ginseng. It is worth more than the cultivated, and you will get closer $8 a pound for it than 5. There is some speculation in it, and the market fluctuates, but, as a rule, I sell for the highest price the drug brings, and at times when the season is very dry, I set my own prices. Shall I return yours, or may I cure and sell it, and bring you the money?"
"How much trouble would that make you?"
"None. The work of digging and washing is already finished. All that remains is to weigh it and make a memorandum of the amount when I sell. I should very much like to do it. It would be a comfort to see the money go into your hands. If you are afraid to trust me, I will give you the names of several people you can ask concerning me the next time you go to the city."
She looked at him steadily. "Never mind that," she said. "But why do you offer to do it for a stranger? It must be some trouble, no matter how small you represent it to be."
"Perhaps I'm going to pay you 8 and sell for 10."
"I don't think you can. 5 sounds fabulous to me. I can't believe that. If you wanted to make money, you needn't have told me you took it. I never would have known. That isn't your reason."
"Possibly I would like to atone for those tears I caused," said the harvester.
"Don't think of that. They are of no consequence to anyone. You needn't do anything for me on that account."
"Don't search for a reason," said the harvester in his gentlest tones. "Forget that feature of the case. Say I'm peculiar, and allow me to do it because it would be a pleasure. In close 2 weeks I will bring you the money. Is it a bargain?"
"Yes, if you care to make it."
"I care very much. We will call that settled."
"I wish I could tell you what it will mean to me," said the girl.
"If only you would," pled the harvester.
"I must not burden a stranger with my troubles."
"But it would make the stranger so happy."
"That isn't possible. I must face life and bear what it brings me, alone."
"Not unless you choose," said the harvester. "That is, if you will pardon me, a narrow view of life. It cuts other people out of the joy of service. If you can't tell me, would you trust a very lovely and gentle woman I could bring to you?"
"No more than you. It is my affair. I must work it out myself."
"I am mighty sorry," said the harvester. "I believe you err in that decision. Think it over a day or so, and see if two heads are not better than one. You will realize when this ginseng matter is settled that you profited by trusting me. The same will hold good along other lines, if you only could bring yourself to think so. At any rate, try. Telling a trouble makes it lighter. Sympathy should help if nothing can be done, and as for money, I can show you how to earn sums at least worth your time, if you have nothing else you want to do." The girl bent toward him. "Oh, please do tell me!" she cried eagerly. "I've tried and tried to find some way ever since I've been here, but everyone else I've met says I can't, and nothing seems to be worth anything. If you only would tell me something I could do." "If you will excuse my saying so," said the harvester, "it appeals to me that ease, not work, is the thing you require. You appear extremely worn. Won't you let me help you find a way to a long rest first?"
"Impossible!" cried the girl. "I know I am white and appear ill, but truly I've never been sick in all my life. I have been having trouble and working too much, but I'll be better soon. Believe me, there is no rest for me now. I must earn the money I owe first."
"There is a way if you care to take it," said the harvester. "In my work I have become very well acquainted with the chief surgeon of the city hospital. Through him I happen to know that he has a free bed in a beautiful room, where you could rest until you are perfectly strong again, and that room is empty just now. When you are well, I will tell you about the work." As she arose, the harvester stood, and tall and straight she faced him.
"Impossible!" she said. "It would be brutal to leave my aunt. I cannot pay to rest in a hospital ward, and I will not accept charity. If you can put me in the way of earning even a few cents a day at anything I could do outside the work necessary to earn my board here, it would bring me closer to happiness than anything else on earth."
"What I suggest is not impossible," said the harvester softly. "If you will go, inside an hour a sweet and gentle lady will come for you, and take you to ease and perfect rest until you are strong again. I will see that your aunt is cared for scrupulously. I can't help urging you. It is a crime to talk of work to a woman so manifestly worn as you are."
"Then we will not speak of it," said the girl wearily. "It is time for me to go, anyway. I see you mean to be very kind, and while I don't in the least understand it, I do hope you feel I am grateful. If half you say about the ginseng comes true, I can make a payment worth while before I'd hoped to. I have no words to tell you what that will mean to me."
"If this debt you speak of were paid, could you rest then?"
"I could lie down and give up in peace, and I think I would."
"I think you wouldn't," said the harvester, "because you wouldn't be allowed. There are people in these days who make a business of securing rest for the tired and overweary, and they would come and prevent that if you tried it. Please let me make another suggestion. If you owe money to someone you feel needs it, and the debt is preying on you, let's pay it."
He drew a small check-book from his pocket and slipped a pen from a band.
"If you will name the amount and give me the address, you shall be free to go to the rest I ask for you inside an hour."
Then slowly from head to foot she looked at him. "Why?"
"Because your face and attitude clearly indicate that you are overtired. Believe me, you do yourself wrong if you refuse."
"In what way would changing creditors rest me?"
"I thought perhaps you were owing someone who needed the money. I am not a rich man, but I have no one save myself to provide for, and I have funds lying idle that I would be glad to use for you. If you make a point of it, when you are rested, you can repay me."
My creditor needs the money, but I should prefer owing him rather than a perfect stranger. What you suggest would not help me at all. I must go now."
"Very well," said the harvester. "If you will tell me whom to ask for and where you live, I will come to see you tomorrow and bring you some pamphlets. With these and with a little help, you soon can earn any amount a girl is likely to owe. It will require but a little while. Where can I find you?"
The girl hesitated, and for the first time a hint of color flushed her cheek, but courage appeared to be her strong point. "Do you live in this part of the country?" she asked.
"I live 10 miles from here, east of Onabasha," he answered.
"Do you know Henry Jameson?"
"By sight and by reputation."
"Did you ever know anything kind or humane of him?"
"I never did."
"My name is Ruth Jameson. At present I am indebted to him for the only shelter I have. His wife is ill through overwork and worry, and I am paying for my bed and what I don't eat principally by attempting her work. It scarcely would be fair to Uncle Henry to say that I do it. I stagger around as long as I can stand, then I sit through his abuse. He is a pleasant man, but don't think I am telling you this to harrow your sympathy further. The reason I explain is because I am driven. If I do not, you will misjudge me when I say that I only can see you here. I understand what you meant when you said Uncle Henry should have known the price of ginseng if he knew it was for sale. He did. He knew what he could get for it, and what he meant to pay me. That is one of his original methods with a woman. If he thought I could earn anything worth while, he would allow me, if I killed myself doing it, and then he would take the money by force if necessary. So I can meet you here only. I can earn just what I may in secret. He buys cattle and horses and is away from home much of the day, and when Aunt Molly is comfortable, I can have a few hours."
"I understand," said the harvester. "But this is an added hardship. Why do you remain? Why subject yourself to force and work too heavy for you?"
"Because his is the only roof on earth where I feel I can pay for all I get. I don't care to discuss it. I only want you to say you understand, if I ask you to bring the pamphlets here and tell me how I can earn money."
"I do," said the harvester earnestly, although his heart was hot in protest. "You may be very sure that I will not misjudge you. Shall I come at 2 o'clock tomorrow, Miss Jameson?"
"If you will be so kind."
The harvester stepped aside, and she passed him and, crossing the rifled ginseng patch, went toward a low brown farmhouse lying in an unkept garden beside a ragged highway. The man sat on the log she had vacated, held his head between his hands, and tried to think. But he could not for big waves of joy that swept over him when he realized that at last he had found her, had spoken with her, and had arranged a meeting for the morrow. "Belshazzar," he said softly, "I wish I could leave you to protect her. Every day you prove to me that I need you, but heaven knows her necessity is greater. Belle, she makes my heart ache until it feels like jelly. There seems to be just one thing to do: get that full debt paid like lightning, and lift her out of here quicker than that. Now we will go see Doc, and call off the watchdogs of the law. Ahead of them, aren't we, Belshazzar? There is a better day coming. We feel it in our bones, don't we, old partner?" The harvester started through the woods on a rush, and as the exercise warmed his heart, he grew wonderfully glad. At last he had found her. Uncertainty was over. If ever a girl needed a home and care, he thought she did. He was so jubilant that he felt like crying aloud, shouting for joy, But by and by the years of sober repression made their weight felt, so he climbed into the wagon and politely requested Betsy to make her best time to Onabasha. Betsy had been asked to make haste so frequently of late that she at first almost doubted the sanity of her master, the law of whose life, until recently, had been to take his time. Now he appeared to be in haste every day. She had been so accustomed to being urged to hurry that she almost had developed a gait. So at the harvester's suggestion she did her level best to Onabasha and the hospital, where she loved to nose Belshazzar and rest near the watering tap under a big tree. The harvester went down the hall and into the office on the run, and his face appeared like a materialized embodiment of living joy. Dr. Carey turned at his approach, and then bounded halfway across the room, his hands outstretched. "You found her, David!" The harvester grabbed the hand of his friend and stood pumping it up and down while he gulped at the lump in his throat, and big tears squeezed from his eyes, but he could only nod his proud head. "Found her!" exulted Dr. Carey. "Really found her! Well, that's great. Sit down and tell me, boy. Is she sick, as we feared? Did you only see her, or did you get to talk with her?" "Well, sir," said the harvester, choking back his emotions, "you remember that ginseng I told you about getting on the old Jameson place last night? Today I learned I'd lost that handmade mattock I use most, and I went back for it. And there she was." "In the country?" "Yes, sir." "Well, why didn't we think of it before?" "I suppose first we would have had to satisfy ourselves that she wasn't in town, anyway." "Sure, that would be the logical way to go at it. And so you found her?" "Yes, sir, I found her. Just Belshazzar and I. I was going along on my way to the place, and he ran past me and made a stiff point, and when I came up, there she was." "There she was?" "Yes, sir, there she was." They shook hands again. "Then of course you spoke to her?" "Yes, I spoke to her." "Were you pleased?" "With her speech and manner, yes. But, Doc, if ever a woman needed everything on earth—" "Well, did you get any kind of a start made?" "I couldn't do very much. I had to go a little slow for fear of frightening her, but I tried to get her to come here, and she won't until a debt she owes is paid, and she's in no condition to work." "Got any idea how much it is?" "No, but it can't be any large sum. I tried to offer to pay it, but she had no hesitation in telling me she preferred owing a man she knew to a stranger." "Well, if she is so particular, how did she come to tell you first thing that she was in debt?" The harvester explained. "Oh, I see," said the doctor. "Well, you'll have to baby her along with the idea that she is earning money and pay her double until you get that off her mind. And while you are at it, put in your best licks, my boy. Perk right up and court her like a house afire. Women like it, all of them do. They glory in feeling that a man is crazy about them." "Well, I'm insane enough over her," said the harvester, "but I'd hate like the nation for her to know it. Seems as if a woman couldn't respect such an addlepate as I am lately." "Don't you worry about that," advised the doctor. "Just you make love to her. Go at it in the good old-fashioned way." "But maybe the good old-fashioned way isn't my way." "What's the difference whose way it is if it wins?" "But Kipling says each man makes love his own way." "I seem to have heard you mention that name before," said the doctor. "Do you regard him as an authority?" "I do," said the harvester, "especially when he advises me after my own heart and reason. Miss Jameson is not a silly girl. She's a woman, and 24 at least. I don't want her to care for a trick or a pretense, I want her to love me, not that I am worth her attention, but because she needs some strong man fearfully, and I am ready and more willing than the original Barkis. But, like him, I have to let her know it in my way, and court her according to the promptings of my heart." "You deceive yourself," said the doctor flatly. "That's all bosh. Your tongue says it for the satisfaction of your ears, and it does sound well. You will court her according to your ideas of the conventions, as you understand them, and strictly in accordance with what you consider the respect due her. If you had followed the thing you call the promptings of your heart, you would have picked her up by main force and brought her to my best ward, instead of merely suggesting it, and giving up when she said no. If you had followed your heart, you would have choked the name and amount out of her and paid that devilish debt. You walked away in a case like that, and then you have the nerve to come here and prate to me about following your heart. I'll wager my last dollar your heart is sore because you were not allowed to help her. But on the proposition that you followed its promptings, I wouldn't stake a penny. That's all tommyrot." "It is," agreed the harvester, "utter. But what can a man do?" "I don't know what you can do. I'd have paid that debt and brought her to the hospital." "I'll go and ask Mrs. Carey about your courtship. I want her help on this, anyway. I can pick up Miss Jameson and bring her here if any man can, but she is nursing a sick woman who depends solely on her for care. She is above average size, and she has a very decided mind of her own. I don't think you would use force to do what you think best for her, if you were in my place. You would wait until you understood the situation better, and knew that what you did was for the best, ultimately." "I don't know whether I would or not. One thing is sure, I'm mighty glad you have found her. May I tell my wife?" "Please do, and ask her if I may depend on her if I need a woman's help. Now I'll call off the valiant police and go home and take a good sound sleep. Haven't had many since I first saw her." So Betsy trotted down the valley, up the embankment, crossed the railroad, over the levee across Singing Water, and up the hill to the cabin. As they passed it, the harvester jumped from the wagon, tossed the hitching strap to Belshazzar, and entered. He walked straight to her door, unlocked it, and uncovering, went inside. Softly he passed from piece to piece of the furniture he had made for her, and then surveyed the walls and floor. "It isn't half good enough," he said, "but it will have to answer until I can do better. Surely she will know I tried and care for that, anyway. I wonder how long it will take me to get her here. Oh, if only I could know she was comfortable and happy. Happy! She doesn't appear as if she ever heard that word. Well, this will be a good place to teach her. I have always enjoyed myself here. I'm going to have faith that I can win her and make her happy also. When I go to the stable to do my work for the night, if I could know she was in this cabin and glad of it, and if I could hear her down here singing like a happy, carefree girl, I'd scarcely be able to endure the joy of it." End of section 8.